that, and these are the exotics. And you get a legendary engram. I think from now until, I don't know, whenever, you might be getting like strange coins for free. So we got some strange coins for free. And here's the other crap too. There's the other stuff. Thanks for watching and peace.
Their argument is that we're actually leaving people in therapy when they don't need it. We have an end goal. We don't say, let's get to a point where it's no longer needed and we can move away.
100%.
And we also set it up in ways that allows children to think, well, of course I can behave like this because my therapist told me I've got X, Y, Z or
Absolutely.
ABC disorder.
Yes.
It's a very valuable book. I recommend it.
Well, absolutely.
You've read it, obviously. You know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with Abigail's points whatsoever. What I'm saying is, this is a very male mechanistic way of thinking about it, but your brain is a tool that was designed for very different tasks to the ones that it's currently engaged in. And I have found it immensely useful to understand how to use that tool and how to reconfigure it to be more optimized for the world that we currently live in. And so I think more people should be seeking support and therapy, but with the precise description that you gave, which is you come in, you work out what you wanted to work out, you get better at whatever it is that you want to get better at, and then you go back into the world a different person and manifest the things that you want to manifest. That's certainly been my experience.
And mine, I have to say, I mean, I remember a wise man pulling me aside once and giving me some hints on how marriage should really work long before I was married. And they were invaluable. They stayed with me. I think early in my days in politics, whether you call it therapy or mentoring, I wouldn't have made it without them. Some people might say they didn't make it anyway, but it would have been a lot worse otherwise. And so I'm not arguing. I'm not pushing back against that at all.
Sure.
It's when you turn it into an industry, and when you, as remember the title of the book, Why Our Children Are Not Growing Up. So what we ought to say is therapy ought to be designed to help you grow up, not block you.
Absolutely. And there are many people who do very good work in that area, helping people overcome things and then just move on with their lives and go and live a fulfilled life. That's really what it should be about. Whereas the thing you're talking about, dependency, essentially, of course, that's unhealthy.
We're curious agreement. People will read the book, especially their parents. It's a good book.
Yeah.
She's done as a service.
100%.
I did want to go just to backtrack for a moment. Now, you've done those rallies. You've seen a lot of young people. I take it that when Jordan Peterson was tapping into the things that are concerning them, the things they want to sort out, they can't sort out, they won't do, he wasn't saying to them that you're in crisis because your government is not dealing with climate change. Now, I don't want to sound cynical about environmental management, but there are two issues here.
Yeah.
One is, there is absolutely no doubt that in all of our countries, ours included, Britain where we are today, economic growth, i.e. the cost of living, is being impacted by the enormous cost of trying to move to unproven and unreliable weather-dependent energy sources. And the point I'd want to make out of this more than anything else, go back to our earlier conversation, is a simple one. Those who are advocating for these, whether they're Green politicians, Labor politicians, Conservative politicians, ought to be honest and say this is not going to be cost-free. By very definition, high living standards depend on a lot of cheap energy, and the more cheap energy you've got, the better you're going to live. If you're going to restrict that, if you're going to move in other directions, you're going to impact people's living standards. I think they're beginning to sense that out there, and it's adding to the cynicism. I can tell you something in Australia. Central agencies in government, when we were there, any major policy, minor policy, let alone a major one, that involved major new expenditure, would be thoroughly examined by Cabinet to see what Treasury and Finance were saying about the benefit-cost ratios. What's it going to cost? What are going to be the benefits? Even those central agencies now appear to say, oh, the cost of not acting will be higher than the cost of acting.
Notice without ever a specific figure. They never say
what
the cost will be relative. They never give you the absolute figure.
So the people in the street, having been lectured at by politicians and by elites, are saying, I'm not so sure about this. I don't know that I can take an informed view because I'm not being told about the cost-benefit ratios. Nothing's been put before me. All I can see is my energy costs are going up and up and up and up. And my prosperity is going down, my cost of living is getting tougher. My point being, it's another breaking of trust. It's another area where I think the elites are setting themselves up for even more disdain from people everywhere. I think that quite strongly. And I just noticed, you actually had an utterly brilliant line. I don't think I've seen a better one. I just got to read it back to you for the benefit of those who haven't heard you. You talked about the suicidal idea we call net zero, whereby we outsource our carbon emissions to other countries so we can pretend to be green while destroying our manufacturing industries and energy independence. And by the way, on a per capita head, my addition, you have the products done in some other countries, so you look as though your country's bringing its emissions down when you import them back in. So the accounting system is wrong. If you're really worried about this, you should be accounting for your carbon footprint and mine. That was sort of a frightening prospect. But that's very powerfully put. This is the difference between virtue doing and virtue signalling. And no wonder people are sick to death of saying, well, virtue signalling is all very well, but it's costing me a lot of money.
And the other thing that they haven't yet worked out, which I hope they never do, but I think it's likely that we will, is the tremendous security implications of those decisions.
Yes.
When you have a situation in the UK where you effectively don't manufacture our own steel anymore. I mean, I am not a military expert, but I imagine that's a bit of a problem.
Right? Well, I can tell you it is. I know much about it in my own times on the National Security Committee. But please understand, the key point I'm making here for those who are listening is, if you are a legislator, a politician, or a scientist or a civil servant saying we've got to do this to save ourselves, honestly enough, that if democracy is to thrive, you tell people the truth. It is going to involve significant economic destruction as well as those security risks you talk about. I'm driving at this issue that is so fundamental. The breakdown of trust because of the breakdown of
Let's
security.
go.
Well, if we're talking about honesty, then the central honesty this whole thing demands is that there is no climate catastrophe. That's the honesty that we need. There is no climate catastrophe. Climate change is happening. It will affect various countries in various different ways, but it's quite clear it is not the catastrophe that we're being told. It is a religious ideology at this point, which seeks to advance its tentacles into every area of our lives through religious methods. That's why they don't give you the figure. That's why the UN climate reports don't say any of the things that the media or the climate
That's a really important point.
They don't say anything like what we're being told is actually happening.
And no one's ever told that the modelling on what it all means is all low confidence.
Yeah.
So the Bank of England now has to take, as I understand it, climate change into consideration when it's thinking about interest rates. How do you do that? We couldn't get the modelling right on COVID. What are our chances of knowing what climate change is going to mean when the ICPP itself says its modelling on possible impacts is uncertain and low confidence?
And that
but the people
word
are not being
modelling,
told that.
that word modelling is central because we're being told that it's climate science. And when you think about science, what we're thinking about is if I pick up this glass and let it go, we know scientifically that such a thing as gravity exists and the glass will fall to the ground. The climate stuff is modelling. Now, as you say, we've seen in recent years that modelling isn't always as reliable as one might hope, to put it mildly. And that's before you have political interests that are clearly involved in it and economic interests. There are people who stand to lose from the pursuit of net zero. And I have no doubt the coal and oil companies don't want us to pursue that and perhaps will deliberately be willfully blind about the impact of their pollution and emissions. But on the other hand, we have to acknowledge that green industry people have an incentive to amplify the scale of the disaster or so-called disaster. So there is a lot of politicization of something that isn't actually science in the conventional ordinary man in the street understanding of that word anyway. And so to pursue suicidal economic policy, people just, I hope that your team can flash up a graph that Bjorn Lomborg showed me yesterday of electricity costs in the UK, energy costs in the UK versus China, US and other countries. And you can see that we are literally making ourselves poorer for ideological reasons, while, let me remind you, making absolutely no impact on climate change, given that the UK produces 2% of global carbon emissions. So we're making ourselves poorer, we're making ourselves less secure, we are making ourselves dependent on our enemies in order to achieve nothing except one thing, which is the only thing that we now seem to care about, which is feeling good about how virtuous we are.
Another thing about Britain, I'm a great admirer of Britain. We've exported democracy to so many countries, including my own. I still think it's the best way for people to govern themselves for all of its faults. And I wonder about seeing a couple of green shoots here that might be worth just seeking your views on. Are they green shoots, and will the incoming Labor government snuff them out, accelerate them? One is, my understanding is that the decline in British education whilst the slight stop stabilising, we're starting to get some slightly better results out of the schools. That's a big issue in Australia because our standards are in freefall in absolute and relative terms. What I'm really worried about, we're not educating our kids properly, we're not giving them a fair start. And 40%, much more than in Britain, of our kids now outside the state system as parents look for better alternatives. And I don't want to sound down on the state system, but I do think state governments in Australia need to wake up to the fact that curriculum and discipline in the classrooms are a real problem. Teachers are sick of it, and it needs real attention. But what's happening?
Look on the bright side, John. At least they know what gender they are.
Well, that's a big issue in Australia too, don't worry. But that was the other one, the other possible green chip. Just interested in your views. Hilary Cass's report into the clinics here, quite a few of them actually, that showed that the practices involved were dreadful. The affirmation model, whereby you dare not challenge even a young child who thinks they're trapped in the wrong body. You go ahead, you put them on puberty blockers, it almost invariably has led to further chemical and surgical transition procedures, and the whole thing's been a complete mess. But the Cass report is saying the government moved very decisively to inject. Are these green shoots, education?
Absolutely, and I think they're green shoots not only on that issue. I think it's a much broader signal of the tip of an iceberg that the progress is being made towards the direction of sanity. And I said this. This would have been, I don't remember the year, probably 2022, the first time Francis and I were on Joe Rogan's show. And I said that, and I've been saying for many, many years, the trans issue is what will break intersectionality, it's what will break this progressive delusion, it's what will break everything, because once people can see with their own eyes what this ideology leads to, when they see children being mutilated, when they see adults abdicating all responsibility, including in a medical setting, then that would inevitably lead to a strong backlash, which we have now seen in this country. So I think it's a tremendous step forward, much more work to do, of course, and it reflects a broader public sentiment, I think, that the voice of sanity, people like Helen Joyce and J.K. Rowling and all sorts of others are finally being heard. That's true in the UK and many other European countries, actually. It is less true in the United States for reasons that we can all... Well, there are many reasons, but the most obvious one, of course, is I think you and I both are great admirers of capitalism, but capitalism without any moral framework becomes a whole different entity. And so if there's money to be made from trans surgery, then which there is in the United States in a way that there isn't in this country, you will always find people who, for ideological and profit reasons, will continue to do it. And I know, this is anecdotal, but having spoken to people who are surgeons, that if you or I needed some sort of heart surgery, the amount of money the surgeon earns is quite minimal, actually, a few $1,000s at most. With trans surgery, it's a highly profitable operation. And so
I'm sure what you're saying is right, but it's just sick-making, is the idea that people will make money out of killing other people through drugs dependency.
Sick-making, true, but also, historically speaking, we know that is exactly how human beings behave when the incentive structure is wrong.
Should cause us to ask deep questions about the dual personalities that we all, to some degree, have to confront.
Well, of course.
We can be noble, but we can be scum. Every one of us.
This is one of the things that I learned from spending 3 weeks on tour with Jordan. Is one of the things that he talks about is I never really understood this, John, and I think it's very difficult to understand it. When he talks about how we're all capable of the greatest evils in human history,
we would have all joined the Hitler Youth. I know his lines.
You can sort of go, yeah, most people in Germany did, so I'm guessing but you don't understand the why. And I really understood the why when I was in Jordan, which is it's all about the choices you make. And every time, this whole concept really, I think, is every time you do something you know to be immoral, when you violate your own conscience, when you lie, when you cheat, when you steal, when you do whatever it is, and I don't mean in these grandiose things. When I say when you lie, I don't mean you lie to deceive the government of hundreds of thousands of pounds of taxes that you owe. I mean a little white lie. And then before you know it, the next lie you tell is slightly less white. And before you know it, the next one is even slightly less, and so on. When you consistently act in ways that are wrong, you become a sort of person who does wrong things. And eventually, without necessarily meaning to, you find yourself in a place that you never would have imagined yourself being in. I've had that experience in my life. Over the last few years, I found obviously I've had tremendous opportunity, but for example, when I was in Australia, I had not been exercising or eating as well as I should have been for months, and I felt myself putting on weight, and it started to bleed through into all sorts of other areas of my life. I was not behaving correctly with my family. I was not behaving correctly. When you slip in one area, it affects everything else. So incentive structures, which incentivize people to only pursue their own self-interest, irrespective of the moral dimension of it, will make normal people into terrible people. And I think that's one of the reasons that in America this issue is different, and they haven't addressed it in quite the same way. But yes, I think that what is happening in the UK on that issue is very good. As you say, we now have a new government, and we wait with bated breath to see what they do about that issue, because obviously, ideologically, Keir Starmer said recently, I think that Tony Blair has educated him about biology, so that's a relief. Of course, what that really means is Keir Starmer was a coward who didn't want to tell the truth about the trans issue. That's why he mumbled and stumbled when he was asked what a woman is, because he knows that within his party there are enough people with the delusion that that is a contested issue, which obviously it's not. So how much of a coward he remains is what we wait and see.
Are they adding more?
Something I never said it publicly, never had the reason to, but what your remarks just bring it back to the forefront in my mind. Many years prior to the public service, I heard a brilliant sermon on how if you can be trusted with the little things, you can be trusted with the big things. If you can't be trusted with the little things, you're not going to be trustworthy with the big things. And I've often said, I've gotten into trouble for it too occasionally, I have to say, to people who have said, why do politicians go in with the best of intentions and then they get produced and they wander off and become selfish and so on? How do we try and choose candidates? And I ask that question quite often, that we can trust. And the very first time I was asked that question, I floundered around a bit, but the best thing that came to mind was the point I've just made. I said, well, I've always found in life, if you can trust somebody, and the people you know in your own circle trust you with the little things, that's a bit of the best guide I can think of as to whether you're going to go trust them with the bigger things. So as you toured those 10 different cities, I think you said it was, Jordan went to 60, that's an extraordinary effort. What gave you hope? What encouraged you?
Well, in addition to touring with Jordan, we also did a bunch of trigonometry interviews in all sorts of different cities. So New York, DC, Miami, Austin, LA, which is the big cities that we always hit. What gave me hope? I think, I'm extremely non-partisan and moderate when it comes to elections. What I see, and I said it, I wrote an article for the Free Press on October 8th, it seemed to me like that was a catalyzing moment in which many people would be lifted out of the delusion in which they'd been living and would begin to increasingly see the world as it is. We interviewed a progressive activist called Brianna Wu, who's a Democratic Party fundraiser, who is loudly now saying that the progressive movement has gone completely off the rails. And I see in the United States among, this is, New York is a good example of this. New York is a city for business. The people in New York generally vote for the Democrat. They're socially liberal and all the rest of it. I see, Bill Ackman, for example, I had an opportunity to spend some time with him. He's clearly completely woken up to everything that's going on. He started to realize that many of the things that he believed over the last many years were lies, including things that were said about Donald Trump. And I think while I am no huge admirer of either of the two candidates that are running in this election, I have to say, I think after the first debate that we saw, I would consider that a moment of clarity. And I think people need to recognize now that the choice is between someone who they may disagree with politically, but who is capable of wielding the tremendous power that that office holds, and someone who's not. And while I try to really stay out of electoral politics and not give my particular take, I have to say I think a Trump presidency would be infinitely better than what we've had for the last 4 years. Not because I agree with every policy position or the style or any of the rest of it, but I just think the leader of the free world should be capable of discharging those duties. And so to the extent that it seems like President Biden or whoever it is that runs in his stead is likely to lose, then that's a moment of hope for me, because I think there's some big problems in the world that need fixing. And while I think it's true that there will be a huge meltdown in the media and elsewhere if President Trump's re-elected, I think in Ukraine, which is an issue that I care about, as you know, and in many other parts of the world, I think he will do a better job. Middle East, likewise. The world needs authority right now. The world needs someone to come in and say, everybody back to their corner. I'm not putting up with this anymore. I think we've had too much weakness displayed from the United States, and irrespective of people's personal distaste for him, I think President Trump is doing it.
All right, let's just pick up a couple of those issues as we land the plane. Firstly, the world is a very dangerous place. You and I had a serious conversation shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine, because you understand all of that so much better and had insights no one else did, and our listeners were incredibly interested in it. A couple of years on, you've had a lot of stalemate. The last time you and I talked, you were very pessimistic because America had withdrawn, or it was uncertain whether America would go on supporting. They've stepped up, they're back in. NATO appears in some ways now to be doing a little bit more, providing some funding. It's quite surprising who in Europe is doing some of the heavy lifting, even little Denmark. It's quite surprising what they've done. And so the tables look to me to be turning a little bit in Ukraine's favour again. I'd be interested in your views on that. I'd also be interested in your views on the state of military preparedness, because I've been really struck by the newspaper coverage in Britain while I've been here, senior people warning that the world is very dangerous and all Western countries need to step up and get more serious about defence, and that Britain's military is very underprepared. It's run its stocks of ammunition down, trouble recruiting people. Your general observations?
So on the Ukraine point, I'm afraid I remain pessimistic, and the reason is that I think when you say America has stepped up or NATO has stepped up, we're not providing a decisive advantage to the Ukrainians. We are doing what we have been doing for some time now, which is giving them enough support so they don't get overrun, but not giving them enough support so they can actually make forward progress. And of course, in the meantime, this is very clinical language when we're talking about human lives, but the manpower reserves and the reserves of well-trained soldiers are running down. On my flight back from Australia, where I had the chance to spend some time with you, I was there with a British soldier officer who works in, I don't want to reveal the details, but he was basically saying to me that, um, we are currently focused on providing the most simple kit that we can because the people who are using it may have been training for a week or two. So we are not giving them what they need to win. We're not giving them what they need to make significant forward progress. And from that perspective, if you care about Ukrainians, then the right play, in my opinion, still remains to find a way to bring the conflict to a resolution, unless there is a dramatic change of policy in the West where we're willing to allocate significantly more resources to that conflict, which I think is unlikely.
We may not even have it, if you read the press here. They haven't even got the reserves of ammo.
And I was coming to that very point, which is in order to support Ukraine, we have to ramp up our production of all of these things at home, and we haven't done that. So whatever we feel about what we'd like to do, we may not be in a position to do so. Now, the reason I'm optimistic in a sense for the conflict being resolved somehow is that I think if President Trump is re-elected, then he's one of the few people in the world who could come in and actually secure a good deal for Ukraine. And the reason I say this, a good deal in the current circumstances, to be clear. The reason I say this is the way to negotiate, I would imagine, you tell me more with your experience, but the way I imagine you might negotiate in this situation is you have to say two things to Putin at the same time. Number one is we recognize the fact that you have made forward progress in Ukraine, you have occupied territory, and we are willing to make concessions on that basis, right? Because that's the reality on the ground. There is no other way around it. On the other hand, if you do not accept these fairly limited the concessions we are offering you now, if you don't accept these fairly limited concessions we're offering to you now, we will give Ukraine everything. Everything we've got. We're going to ramp up manufacturing. We're going to not just give them artillery shells. We're going to give, and not HIMARS, which is fairly dated technology. Actually, we're going to give them the good kit. We're going to give them lots of it. If you do not take this deal now, this will be the best deal that you ever can offer. That is a difficult line to tread, given where some of our reserves and public sentiment are. But that's, I think, what it takes. So I sadly think that as the West, we're not doing enough to help the Ukrainians win, and we should be honest with ourselves about that and with them, because otherwise all we're doing is causing more people to be killed on both sides. Now, a very cynical person might say, well, that's what the West really wants, is to damage Russia, and they don't care about Ukraine. I care about Ukraine, and I don't think that's what we should be doing.
I think that's a good thing for people to hear, let it sit and think about, me included. It's pretty sobering. It's astonishing to me that
world who could come in and actually secure a good deal for Ukraine. And the reason I say this, a good deal in the current circumstances, to be clear. The reason I say this is the way to negotiate, I would imagine, you tell me more with your experience, but the way I imagine you might negotiate in this situation is you have to say two things to Putin at the same time. Number one is we recognize the fact that you have made forward progress in Ukraine, you have occupied territory, and we are willing to make concessions on that basis, right? Because that's the reality on the ground. There is no other way around it. On the other hand, if you do not accept these fairly limited concessions we are offering you now, if you don't accept these fairly limited concessions we're offering to you now, we will give Ukraine everything. Everything we've got. We're going to ramp up manufacturing. We're going to not just give them artillery shells. We're going to give, and not HIMARS, which is fairly dated technology. Actually, we're going to give them the good kit. We're going to give them lots of it. If you do not take this deal now, this will be the best deal that you ever can offer. That is a difficult line to tread, given where some of our reserves and public sentiment are. But that's, I think, what it takes. So I sadly think that as the West, we're not doing enough to help the Ukrainians win, and we should be honest with ourselves about that and with them, because otherwise all we're doing is causing more people to be killed on both sides. Now, a very cynical person might say, well, that's what the West really wants, is to damage Russia, and they don't care about Ukraine. I care about Ukraine, and I don't think that's what we should be doing.
I think that's a good thing for people to hear, let it sit and think about, me included. It's pretty sobering. It's astonishing to me that Russia persists when we're now told they may have lost 500,000 men. Unbelievable. That just shows you how distorted and how bad people can actually be to let that continue.
It's a cultural thing as well, John. I think we talked about it last time. But if you look at um, the casualties in World War II, for example, uh, the Soviet Union lost 20 million people. Um, and look at the wars with Finland, for example, in which the Soviet Union invaded, lost hundreds of thousands of men for very little territorial gain or any practical gain, really. Um, this is in Russian culture, in Russian kind of mythology, the idea of sacrificing lots of soldiers for the greatness of Russia, for the nation, is pretty normal. And by the way, used to be pretty normal in most countries, actually. If you think about Napoleon, for example. Napoleon, had no problem sacrificing hundreds of thousands of French men for the glory of himself, mainly. But you know what I mean. So Russia still has that mindset, and I think we delude ourselves in the West if we imagine that there is a level of casualties on that scale, at least, that would be a strong deterrent for Russia. That wouldn't be. What would be a strong deterrent would be if they were losing, and if someone came in and said to them, look, you can keep losing, or you can do this deal now. And I've said from day one, as you know, I was on Question Time a week after Putin invaded Ukraine, and I made this point then, and I've been making it ever since. The likely outcome here was always going to be that the Ukrainians would have to put up a fight, give Russia a bloody nose, and then come to the negotiating table, give away some things that, frankly, I use the term don't care about. Now, of course, people in Ukraine care about Crimea and the eastern regions to the extent that it is technically part of their country, but it hasn't been for some years now. It's unlikely to be recovered without significant ramping up of Western support. And so the question is, what was all this for? Because when you say Russia may have lost up to 500,000 men, you have to recognize that Ukraine has lost hundreds of thousands of men too, yes, almost certainly, and had its cities bombed and its infrastructure destroyed and. What was all this for? And my view always was that if we were going to support Ukraine to fight and encourage them to fight, then it had to be for one very important objective, the only important objective in this entire conflict, which is to preserve Ukraine's sovereignty for the next 100 years. For the next 100 years. Now, how do you do that? Well, it's either membership of NATO, it's some sort of Korean-style scenario, or it's UN peacekeepers, or something where it's no longer a piece of paper. You are now part of some sort of bloc, which means you're physically safe from ever being invaded by Russia again. That's the only thing that was ever worth fighting for in Ukraine. And that's the deal that now needs to be struck. How you achieve that, that's going to be a challenge, but I certainly don't see it being achieved by the current US administration.
You've been very generous with your time. Finally, let me just ask you this. What impressions did you form of the vast Australian country?
Oh, I can't tell you how enthused I was. I really can. And I made the joke whenever I traveled around that, Australians are kind of like those Japanese soldiers stuck on those islands, still unaware that the war was over. And it's a very cynical joke about the state of the Western world. But I have to say, I think perhaps, I was told recently that the way the English that's spoken in the former colonies is actually more authentic to the English that people spoke in Britain at the time of colonization. And I think in some ways the embers of Western civilization are continuing to smolder in places like Australia in a way that perhaps we sometimes don't feel here for all sorts of reasons. But I was very enthused, I have to say, and I think um, it was wonderful to see a country that economically is doing better than us. I think culturally you haven't slipped nearly as far, and that's perhaps a function of remoteness. We download American cultural nonsense first, and then perhaps you get it from us here in the UK. So you've had a chance to watch us go crazy and maybe haven't have been tempted to go as crazy. And I also think that a country of people who are so connected to farming and mining and all of these other things that are such a bedrock of your economy is less susceptible to these ideological delusions that we are so, in our big city world here in the UK and in America, we're so prone to. So I was incredibly enthused, and to know that, the Western world geographically is very disconnected nowadays, but I think ideologically and in terms of our sense of who we are, there's a reason that there's so many Australians coming to our conference, for example. You guys, you still remember what this was all about. And one of the reasons, to make it easier for you to remember what this is all about, is you're a continent in the middle of an ocean surrounded by people of a different civilization who all want to come to your country and benefit from your freedoms and prosperity. And I think it's very difficult to forget when you are surrounded by people who are not as well off as you, who are not as successful as you, who are not as free as you. It's difficult to forget that there isn't something special about civilization, this civilization that we're all part of. And I had the tremendous privilege to travel around your country and speak to many, many people who I think get it. We've got a fight on, and I think in Australia, I actually saw that fight could still be won.
It's always a great pleasure talking to you. Thanks for your time, and thanks for the clarity you bring. A lot of it, I think, because you have an outsider's as well as an insider's perspective.
Thanks,
All
John.
the very best.
Thanks for having me again. I appreciate it. It's always great to see you. Claimed online that I was that we just discussed.
Okay, let's see how we go. Ring ring, ring ring.
How far does the rot go in the Labour Party?
Tick tock, tick tock. The clock's ticking, nothing's happened. I've been so busy! There's nothing like having a few days off during the week while the rest of the country works to take my freeloading renter girlfriends out for a bit of fun at the taxpayer's expense, of course. Well, I've tried to have a couple of days off. Here I am at a press conference on Monday. I will be having on leave till Wednesday, although here I am at a press conference. You know what this is? No, what is it? It's the world's smallest violin. He's a child in a man's body. Real people's living standards up, and it's been wonderful watching my good buddy Joe get stabbed in the back by Obama and having his ass kicked out of the Oval Office.
There are some things in life you might regret.
Instead, they've been taught to hate their own societies. They've been taught to hate the values of their own civilization. It is no surprise, therefore, that we're heading in the direction that we're heading. This is what Orwell talked about when he said that he who controls the past controls the future. Well, thank you very much. First of all, can you please join me in thanking Scott, the CIS and IPA, for organizing this event? Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before I say anything else, it's such a pleasure to be in Australia. It's my first time here. I didn't really know what to expect. I was actually on the flight over. This Australian guy recognized me. He came over. We started chatting. He found out I was doing a few talks, and he said, "Oh, mate, watch out. We've got a big problem with political correctness in Australia." I didn't know what to think. So I get to my hotel, I check in, lady gives me the card, says this is your card for your room. And if you want to have breakfast tomorrow, go to the Two Fat Indians. I was like, this is my kind of place. Wouldn't happen in the UK. We don't use the word fat anymore. We say people of girth. Now, thank you all for coming out. As Scott said, it's so lovely to see so many young people here, many of you under 50. So thank you for coming, all 6 of you. It's a pleasure to see you. And I'm not going to speak for very long. I'm really keen to get to your questions in the Q&A that we're going to do with Glenn in a minute. But the thing I wanted to talk to you about tonight, just to set the tone of our discussion really, is something that I'm constantly talking about now. And Scott mentioned the title of my book, An Immigrant's Love Letter to the West, is the West. What is the West? How do we define it? How do we think about it? And the reason I think about it is, as he mentioned, I was born in the Soviet Union and grew up in that country, in that society. And then in early 90s, mid-90s, I moved to England. And by the way, those of you who've seen my ARC speech, you'll remember I mentioned Alexander Solzhenitsyn. And somebody later claimed online that I was comparing myself to Alexander Solzhenitsyn. It's ridiculous, of course. There's no comparison. Alexander Solzhenitsyn spent most of his life in a prison camp where he endured terrible conditions, punishments, and brutal beatings and a starvation diet. I went to an English boarding school. That's where the similarities end. But what is the West? You know, I think it's very important to think about this, and particularly here in Australia, because you're a Western country in the middle of Asia, and it strikes me that if you were to conduct an experiment to prove that Western civilization is special in some way, you would do what the British did here. You'd find a barren continent on the other side of the world full of venomous creatures. You'd collect a few thousand of your least law-abiding citizens, let's put it diplomatically, right? You'd ship them over. You'd leave them there for a couple of centuries. You'd let them crack on with it, and then you'd come back and have a look. Right? And what would you see? What would you see? Well, you'd see a society that, broadly speaking, is thriving. What do I mean by thriving? Well, there's different ways to look at it. We could talk about GDP per capita or some kind of boring poll numbers. When I think about it, I think about the fact that how many Australians are taking their children, climbing into rickety boats, and braving shark-infested waters in search of a better life? And yet thousands of people are doing the exact opposite to come here. That's what I mean by thriving. Now, it seems to me that Western experiment requires some kind of explanation. We know that it's not random. Millions of people are streaming through the southern border of the United States, dealing with Mexican cartels and putting themselves and their children in danger to go to the United States. Tens of thousands of people are getting onto boats and crossing the English Channel, which again is a perilous journey, and so on. Why is this happening? It seems to me that this requires some kind of explanation. This is not an accident. This is not an accident at all, but we seem to not really understand that anymore. And I think about it like this. If I was to wake you up in the middle of the night and put a gun to your head and ask you, why is this happening? Why is the West attracting people to come here? And we've got to a point in our culture where quite a lot of people would rather die in that situation than admit the truth, which is our societies are better. I don't mean superior. I just mean they're better at producing the things that human beings seem to want, right? Now, what are they? what are the things? Well, if you watch too many Hollywood movies, you say freedom and democracy. Okay, well, why are they good? Why is freedom good? Why is democracy good? That's the silence I'm talking about. It's the silence in all of our heads because we no longer are able to articulate the reason that our civilization is as successful as it is. And I think this is a big problem, a big, big problem. The West has become, I talked about this in my book, it's a little bit like a cargo cult. Most of you probably in this neck of the woods know what one is, but I'll explain anyway. During World War II, the Americans and the Japanese used many small islands in the Pacific to station troops, to have munitions dumps, to station their supplies, etc. And what happened was the local tribes that lived there were fairly primitive technologically. They benefited massively from the fact that they were able to get access to Western medicine, Western food, Western supplies, clothing, etc. And their quality of life improved dramatically. And then the war ended, and the Americans and the Japanese packed up and went home. And the Western food and the Western supplies and the Western clothes ended or started running out. So what did the native tribes that lived on these islands do? Well, they saw what the Americans had been doing and the Japanese, so they started imitating. They made headphones out of coconuts. They made radio towers out of bamboo. They created fake landing strips and marched up and down with fake rifles made out of bamboo. And this is increasingly what we do in the West with our own values. We say these words, freedom, democracy, but we have no idea what they mean anymore. We can't explain to our children why they should value those things because we don't think about them, because we've been trained not to. So what do I mean exactly? Let me try and articulate it in a simple way. People don't come to our countries and risk their lives for freedom and democracy. Very, very few people do. The reason people come is our societies are very, very good at creating the things that all human beings want. Safety, prosperity, and the ability to choose your gender. Now, why are our societies so good at creating safety and prosperity? I asked Jordan Peterson this once at dinner. I said to him, what is Western civilization? And Jordan did what Jordan always does. He launched into a 20-minute monologue where you have no idea what he's talking about for the first 18 minutes, right? And then at about the 19-minute mark, it all makes sense. And this is what he said. He said there are chimp troops, and in a chimp troop there are two primary strategies for how an alpha male can control that troop. The first is you're the biggest and the most powerful and the strongest, and you will dominate through force and power and brutality anyone who challenges your authority. And this is an effective strategy, but only in the short term. Only as long as you are the strongest, only as long as you are the most powerful. The moment you take your eye off the ball, you get injured, you're a little bit weaker, you're a little bit older, you meet with a very brutal end because another chimp or another couple of chimps will come in and they will tear your head off, right? There's another strategy, and it's the reason that actually most alpha male chimps are often the smallest in the troop. And the reason is that they are able to build coalitions by grooming the other members in a good way. And exchanging things. They build coalitions. And the first principle of Western civilization that has made us as successful as we are, what we call democracy, what we really mean is government by consent. The idea that the individual matters enough that when he is governed by others, it is by consent. And this is very different, as you're probably well aware, to many other societies around the world. Now, this doesn't just apply to government. I'm not just talking about politics. This matters at every level of our societies. Our armies fight better because the soldier on the ground is able to feed information up the chain of command. In almost every aspect of our society, that freedom of the individual and the fact that the individual matters creates better results and better outcomes. Think about this. I mean, Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine because no one can tell him the truth anymore. He was told that Ukraine would fold in 3 days, the Ukrainians would welcome them with bread and salt. That's not what happened. And while the war is not necessarily going that well
for Ukraine, probably not going that well for either side. Vladimir Putin did not expect it to go like this, and the casualties and losses he's taken are completely unexpected. Why is that? Because in our system, our leaders are kept firmly on the ground. Their egos are kept in check. And we do not create these power vacuums where one person controls everything. And we're not able to speak truth to power at all. This idea of consensual leadership matters in everything. It's the reason there's never been a Chernobyl-level nuclear disaster in the West. Because the kinds of human errors that were made in that disaster could never, not never, but they're much, much less likely in our societies because of the fact that the voice of the individual matters. Which is where we come to the second pillar of our civilization, which is freedom of thought, freedom of expression, and freedom of research. Now, it's so funny that people call me right-wing because I said freedom of speech matters. I kind of thought that was a universal position in the West, but I've discovered that that is now how it's coded. And the reason I think freedom of speech matters is that you cannot think without speaking. You have to speak to think. And when you speak, you will very often find out that what you think is utter crap. Because other people will tell you. This is Twitter in a nutshell, right? And it's this sharpening of idea against idea that is the reason that the Western societies have produced scientists and researchers and thinkers who've been able to ask and answer questions that you could not even raise in other societies. This is the bedrock of our success. The technological superiority that our societies have enjoyed through the ages are impossible to explain in any other way. Think about this, and please understand, I'm saying this in a morally neutral manner. It's just an example of that gap. Hernan Cortez arrived in Central America with a few hundred conquistadors. And because of his technological advantage, he was able to conquer an empire of 5 to 6 million Aztecs in a matter of years. That is the kind of superiority that we enjoy because of the way that we think freely, comparatively freely, because we are comparatively free from the dogma of religious control, authoritarian control, government control, and social restriction too, and cultural restriction. So these things have a very real and practical consequences. Did you see, by the way, how many of you have seen the Oppenheimer movie? Quite a lot of you. If you haven't seen it, it's a movie about the Manhattan Project, the way that the nuclear bomb was made. And if you weren't paying too much attention, you wouldn't have noticed that it being a Hollywood movie, they sort of talk about, Red's under the bed, Red Scare, McCarthyism getting out of hand, and everybody was getting hounded for being communist. And right at the end, they just slip in the fact that actually it was communists in America that gave Stalin the nuclear bomb, right? And why is that interesting to me? Well, the first Russian nuclear bomb was called RDS-1, and RDS stands for Россия делает сама. Russia does it by itself, which is ironic, given that it was almost entirely stolen from the Americans. The second greatest superpower in the world at that time could not produce it by itself. It had to steal it. That is the level of technological and scientific superiority that we in the West enjoy. Now, please understand, I'm not even remotely suggesting that the West has some kind of monopoly on genius and innovation and creativity. It's not the case, of course. People have great ideas everywhere. The Chinese invented gunpowder. But every single development in the history of firearms since, pretty much, from the musket to the cruise missile, has been made here in the West. Now, why is that? The reason is that we have an incentive structure in the West that encourages people to pursue innovation in a way that is completely impossible anywhere else. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, again, it's a word that we no longer understand the meaning of, capitalism. But what capitalism really means is private property and the rule of law. And it's amazing to me the extent to which people do not understand in the West how rare these things are. There is no private property in Russia. Mikhail Khodorkovsky was the richest man in Russia. And then he gave some money to an opposition party, and he was no longer the richest man in Russia. He spent 10 years in a penal camp instead, in the penal prison system, right? because he gave money to the opposition party. I don't know who the richest man in Australia is, but I don't imagine if he gave money to the opposition party, that would be the case with him. It's the same in China. Or someone thinks maybe it will happen. I don't know. Things are getting out of hand here. The same thing is true in China. Jack Ma makes some comments, sixth richest man in China, makes some comments about banking regulation of all controversial things and disappears the next day and all sorts of trouble. Bao Fan, this is a billionaire in China again. No one quite knows what he did, but disappeared for a year, turned up a few weeks ago after a year of being completely unheard of, and miraculously resigned from all his positions. Private property and the rule of law are rare and unique. Now, why does this matter? Well, if you don't get to keep the things that you create, then the incentive is not to innovate, the incentive is to comply. The reason we innovate in the West as much as we do is we get to keep the benefits of our creations. And it's an incentive structure that means that we are of service to our fellow citizens. In the Soviet Union where I grew up, or in Russia today, the way you get ahead is not by providing or creating things that are of value to other people. It's by doing things that, and it's not just, by the way, communist societies or Russia today, it's corrupt regimes everywhere. The way you get ahead is not by looking after the needs of your fellow citizens and creating things that they want to buy or they want to consume. You get ahead by pandering to the corrupt regime that's in charge, or to the clique of people that service the corrupt regime that is in charge. Capitalism is a way of aligning our incentives to create things that are of real value to our fellow citizens. And that is why we have the innovation that we have. This system drives our prosperity, and prosperity drives our strength and the stability that we've had. Now, government by consent, freedom of expression, and freedom more generally, and capitalism. I put it to you, ladies and gentlemen, that all three of these pillars of our civilization are under threat today, not only from the outside, but also from the inside. We'll talk more with Glenn about it in the Q&A, but we've got a real problem with democracy for reasons that we can get into later. Our young people are not being brought up to understand why capitalism is the system that has produced the amazing things that we have. And freedom of expression, I think we all know, is being eroded. Why is this happening? Well, my view is, and I think this is well documented at this point, that we have 2 or 3 generations of people in our societies now who have not been taught the things that we've just discussed. Instead, they've been taught to hate their own societies. They've been taught to hate the values of their own civilization. It is no surprise, therefore, that we're heading in the direction that we're heading. This is what Orwell talked about when he said that he who controls the past controls the future. If we do not understand our past and where we come from, we will not get to a bright future that we want. And when you dare to bring this up, people keep saying, oh, you're so brave. I'm not brave. I'm just saying some very, very obvious things that everybody knows. That's it, right? But when you bring this up, I think what people mean is people say, oh, these are culture war talking points, as if a society's culture doesn't matter. We are where we are because our culture is special. We are where we are because our culture is unique. And so the real message that I have for you tonight, and I hope that we get to talk more about this, is our culture is very, very important. And if people are going to call me a culture warrior, well, that's fine, because I think it's worth fighting for.
Oh shit, his mask blew off.
Don't worry, he's
listened, I've learned, and I've grown from my mistakes. In light of the recent allegations, I owe everyone watching this an apology. I should have never implored anyone to join the CFMEU. No, this apology is not because of the 60 Minutes investigation into the CFMEU. I've got other bikies in construction that I have to worry about. At least the CFMEU bikies are standing over developers and labour hire companies and not burning down my personal house. Thank you very much. No, the reason I'm sorry is because I've had an epiphany. You ever heard of one of those? Probably not. You probably think I just made up the word. But trust me, one day you'll come to the realization, wow, I was wrong. Jordan didn't make up the word epiphany. And my epiphany is, there is such a thing as too many Ford Rangers.
20% fucking pay rise. There's not enough Ford Rangers in the fucking country. Huh? First year apprentices are going to get Raptors. God bless the CFMU.
I'll never ever be ashamed putting more money in the pockets of building workers, ever, from any fucking employer. They're making fucking millions. We want a bit. That's all it is. That.
Oh, jeez. By the looks of that conference, I'm willing to bet that there's
Fucking employer. They're making fucking millions. We want a bit. That's all it is. That.
Oh, jeez. By the looks of that conference, I'm willing to bet that there's not enough interlocks in the country either. Now, I don't want more fucking cunts in Ford Ranger Raptors. Have you seen those things? They suck ass. No offense, Alex. What's the point of them? Do you get a thrill driving a car knowing that any minor skirmish with a pedestrian will most likely be fatal? Or do you fat shits like driving them because you need a car sized to match your bloated, useless, on the verge of death body? That's right. Geordie's is no longer a union chill. And here's my breaking investigation into the CFMEU. They're all fat. Guys, cut out your 5th drive-through meal of the day, and then maybe one day you'll be able to fit in a normal ute, and those poor developers won't have to pay you so much. That being said, I still love the CFMEU. It is a testament to them that Australian construction workers are some of the highest paid in the world, even if that does come with the side effect of too many gay trucks on the road, and a little bit, or more, of organised crime here and there. But it still fits the aesthetic. We probably do need to address the allegations surrounding the CFMEU, since I've got a lot of recent comments like, where's your video on the CFMEU and all their corruption with criminal groups? Or because they're in line with Labour, you will ignore it? Still nothing on CFMEU and organised crime? Shame! Why don't you talk about the unions, specifically the CFMEU? Is it because you're biased? I'm telling you, it's the same comments every time. Why aren't you saying exactly what News.com said as of 2 seconds ago? Is it because you are biased? The only reason I don't think these are bot comments is because of the spelling errors. What the fuck do you think I'm ever going to say? Of course I condone everything. I love crime. Always have, always will. Now, if you excuse me, got some business to attend to. Ah, crap. Smoking Joe Charlie from the CFMEU. No, I swear, Joe, I wasn't making fun of your smoking habit. No, Smoking Joe, don't use my eye as an ashtray. Seriously, I am floored by the stupidity of anyone that falls for the propaganda which the press and coalition have been rolling out on the back of this story, yet I have next to no criticisms of the original Nick McKenzie investigation, which makes some very specific and damning allegations about certain people within the CFMEU being linked with organised crime and using their role to enrich themselves. You can watch the 60 Minutes report, read the articles. There's really nothing I can add apart from what makes up 50% of public conversation nowadays. I'm not saying they're perfect and I condemn bad things. Of course I condemn bad things, but these specific and targeted allegations, some of which came from sources within the CFMEU itself. It's important to point that out. These are now being used to attack the CFMEU, unions, just the whole labour movement as a whole. Fuck it, why not? That is Labour with a U, by the way. Even when a Ford Raptor driver could understand the issues within the CFMEU didn't arise because of successive governments allowing organised crime to run rampant in Australian unions, but instead because successive governments allowed organised crime to run rampant across the entire Australian construction and property industry, and the CFMEU is part of that industry. If it were an issue with unions, surely you'd expect at least one story about the teachers' union standing over school canteens demanding that they sell cheap red wine and benzos at recess. This canteen's opening up 9 a.m. Monday. Got it?
Yeah, that's when it opens.
Oh, sick. Pretty
successful negotiation.
The reason organised crime continues to always and almost only linger around the construction unions is pretty obvious. Property and construction are some of the easiest ways in Australia to launder money. The only thing that shocks me about that industry is how few big players the authorities can actually pin. It takes 5 minutes to figure out what these crims are doing. The CFMEU is just a useful vehicle for criminals, a patch in the rich tapestry of criminality which is Australia's construction industry. If you're smart enough, you can find examples of very similar allegations within the same industry but unrelated to unions, instead related to Liberal Party donor property developers. And credit where it's due, the Nine Papers covered those allegations better than any other mainstream media outlet, but the rest of the press was pretty much silent because these allegations against multi-millionaire developers don't present any opportunity to bash unions. That's the entire focus of the press. It is the reason that it was set up in this country. I've got a whole stand-up show on this very point, actually. I'll say it once. I had my house firebombed by people in this industry. That's a pretty high-profile attempted murder. I'm continually threatened by these people. It would take a week for even the dumbest journalists to find 5 property development companies which double up as money laundering operations for organised crime. But a few recordings of dumbasses negotiating the price for enterprise bargaining agreements, that gets the entire media and political class fired up. I mean, it's not good. Fuck me. Remember when we showed John Barilaro recorded just like these bozos, only this time he wasn't talking about a couple of construction contracts. He was bragging about using hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars, your money, as his personal campaign kitty. And yet what was the press's response? Nothing. They said absolutely nothing. Just a whisper behind the scenes that, oh, it's illegal to air secretly recorded conversations. Well, law doesn't seem to matter much now for some reason. Remember how you had Media Watch, this highly sophisticated defence mechanism of the propaganda model, as it gives off the illusion that there is a media watchdog doing what it's actually designed to do, which is shamefully launder the validity of this now visibly nonsensical argument that, oh, it's illegal, we can't possibly tell the public about this unbelievable misappropriation of unfathomable amounts of your tax money, which again, this is far worse than anything that has been uncovered about the CFMEU. Far worse. This is a deputy premier bragging about using the Treasury as his personal piggy bank. Not a peep. Yet look at the amount of articles the ABC has done on this scandal. But on the other construction adjacent scandals, Nine Bro. Now, I'm not going to say much about this, so listen the fuck up. It is insane that the ABC news team thinks it is in any position to grandstand and guilt by association of the Labor Party on a story about the CFMEU having Mongol bite his work for them, when the ABC still employs an ex-Mongol who still gets called to meetings with very dangerous people and passes threats on for them. I mean, this shit happened earlier this year, and the ABC did fuck all about it. But imply Kate McClymont, the journalist who took down Eddie O'Bead, was lying. Read the article in your own time, but it's enough to understand how completely amoral the ABC news team is and how little they actually care about organised crime. I mean, I wish I was just a conspiracy nut when it came to determining what the mainstream press thinks is newsworthy. But there it is. So again, I've got no issue with the investigative journalist's original coverage of this. Nick Mackenzie's 60-minute piece was measured, precise, and seems to be initiated by internal forces within the CFMEU and Labor movement that want the CFMEU cleaned up. You know who actually deserves scorn here? The journalists and executives that come after the fact, who deliberately place overblown focus on certain investigations while implying other investigations done by the same organisation are bullshit because they implicate the wrong people, who are very often their mates. Then what starts as a push to rid unions of organised crime becomes a push to lower wages and working conditions of all workers covered by the CFMEU. On the back of that investigation, the SMH themselves then ran Australians pay the price for CFMEU tactics, figures show. The crux of the article is a claim that the CFMEU has added 30% to the price of major projects. The source of this 30%? Peter Dutton saying, dude, trust me. Backed up by the Master Builders Association, the employer association of the construction industry, basically opposite CFMEU. These are just the developers' union saying, dude, trust me. It's just a bullshit, made-up figure. Even the ABC admits it. And furthermore, the headline carries an implicit allegation that it's the criminal elements of the CFMEU pushing the price of construction up, but that is just categorically untrue. It's clearly inflation, increased demand, and a skills shortage, which I've talked about prior in videos like this. That's what pushes up the price of construction. It is just so cynical and lazy, and completely undermines the original story. Let's be honest, that's the point though, isn't it? To try and use these allegations to manufacture consent for policies which will diminish the conditions of construction workers. But it's exactly what you should expect from the Australian press and the coalition, who somehow can manage to get the Australian public to free associate better than Robin Williams, crime bad, so therefore let's pay workers less. As for John Secker, the now former Secretary of Victorian CFMEU, who seems to be implicated, I'm very happy that this saga took place. Not because I wish Secker any ill will, it's just so nice that Melbourne now has its own Wire Season 2 arc. A Catholic Slav background union leader falling on his sword, trying to strengthen the union after becoming too ingratiated with his city's underbelly. Fred Sobotka, John Setka, the names are practically the same. They even look the same. The only problem is that thanks to Setka's legacy, tradies in Melbourne are doing a lot better than stevedores in Baltimore. It'll never get bad enough to have the iconic saying, "We used to drive Ford Rangers in this country, Ford Raptor Rangers. Now we have to scour car sales for used Hiluxes." Which is what I'll have to do if you don't subscribe to my Patreon. Seriously, you've got to do it because this is the media ecosystem that we have in this country. One where it only reports the facts if it results in destroying the only thing separating us from the downward third world spirals of the UK and the US, i.e. a strong labour movement, as shown by them making this story headline news for a month straight. Could have very easily done the same with John, could have done the same with Greiner, O'Farrell, Berejiklian, but instead, they all got canonised as martyrs. And why? Because they're against organised labour. It is that simple. So sign up to combat that. Plus you get early videos, Q&As, and you can vote on all types of videos that we make. Toodles!
Do 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 do. Mr. Albanese.
I even remember the time when Joe tried to grab my freeloading renter girlfriend on the snatch. And Jill had to remind him that it wasn't his own daughter. I've been travelling in the car. President Biden. Terms today I seem to be recognised. For once again, not putting himself forward first, but his first consideration being what he believes is in the interests of the United States of America. Well, he actually got given the arse. Like Joe, I've never been one to tell the truth.
What's Joe Biden going to do? Is he going to stay in the race? Is he going to drop out? Where's Micah? I am running, and we're going to win. I'm not going to change it. So I decided the best way forward is to pass the torch to a new generation.
It's just a bit of misinformation on my behalf, but that's okay. Poor old Joe thought he was still at the Swingers Club. That's not your wife, dickhead. Get over here and bring your shriveled up knob with you. And I'll never forget Joe's legendary speech on his adventures at the foothills of the Himalayas.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him in foothills of the Himalayas.
Check your pay slip. One thing I'm really going to miss is Joe. Check your pay slip.
I was going to put him in foothills of the Himalayas.
Check your pay slip. But one thing I'm really going to miss is Joe's epic battles with the teleprompter.
You know, we've come so far since my inauguration. On that day I told you, as I stood in that winter, we stood in a winter.
Hang in there, Joe. Hunter's got a couple of lines waiting for you.
Not a joke. That is not a joke.
Peril and winter possibilities. Peril and possibilities.
Okay, I think it's time to put this old prick out of his misery. But don't worry, Joe. America's in safe hands.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Not a joke. Think about it.
But Joe, you wouldn't believe it, but Australia's got their very own diversity, equity and inclusion. Bonehead. And she's even dumber than Kamala. I let her tell everyone that she's retired, but in reality, I had to give her the arse because she completely fucked up the voice and divided the entire country and made me look like a weak prime minister.
No.
What was that, Bonehead?
No. Thank you, Prime Minister. For many, today is a day of sadness.
No.
This result is not what we hoped for.
I am well and truly committed to saying no.
The Australian people have had their say.
Subway's new fiery subs range is here. Subway does not accept responsibility for red faces, sweaty foreheads, or tears. We know what you're thinking couldn't be that hot. It's Subway, but trust us, it is. Why else would we be doing this legal-sounding disclaimer? Get them while they're hot, medium, and mild.
Here we have a case of two greedy lovers.
You hit her on the head, drag her to the well, left her to die.
David.
Some of you are the wrong colour.
And I think I'll get rid of this cockless waste of oxygen in next week's reshuffle too.
Eid Mubarak to the more than 800,000 Muslim Australians across Australia.
Oh, shut up, Andrew. You nutless soy-sucking dickhead. Now piss off. I wonder what the hobbit-headed little snake mouth's up to now. It looks like he's signing away millions and millions of your hard-earned tax dollars on projects that'll never work. Jeepers creepers. What's Grandma doing rocking this cat?
And I think that's where you get into dangerous polarisation. For example, questioning if it happens all the time on social media. Obviously, I see it's often targeted at me.
That's because you're always full of shit and spreading misinformation, Chris.
If you're pro-renewables, you're accused of being a traitor because they're somehow caught up in a conspiracy about China.
Oh, Chris, you dwarf-headed hermaphrodite. How many of those $250,000 pieces of shit electric utes have you sold?
Climate hoax.
Oh, Chris, I think you're the world's shittest car salesman. Nobody wants these electric piles of crap. And Chris, it looks like you might need a booster seat.
Or you're accused of participating in the climate hoax, which is somehow a conspiracy by scientists to keep getting funding.
That's right, Chris. You've actually said something truthful for the first time in your pathetic dwarf-headed life. Oh, I'm so cool. I wonder how everybody's power prices coming along.
Power prices are surging after a cold snap and wind drought.
Emitters past, present and future
saw coal and gas generators fire up again.
But Chris said that solar panels are going to power the entire country.
No credibility.
Oh no, maybe ScoMo was right.
We are a lucky country rich in the resources that can fuel a renewable energy system.
But tonight, the market operator reporting wholesale energy prices were 23% higher on average in the June quarter this year compared to 2023. Lower wind speeds causing a drop in wind power, less rain saw a drop in hydro output, with gas and coal filling the void.
And you two can just stop complaining. It's not my fault that you can't afford anything.
Let's talk about housing, Prime Minister.
Nuclear?
It's fucking nuclear, you prick!
And I think I'll have to have a chat to Skeletor and tell her to stop smiling during an interview. It just gives me the creeps.
No, I did not mislead the Parliament. That's a full-out lie.
Oh, and my favourite bull-headed carpet muncher, he's been so busy. Here she is explaining to the Japanese security advisor on how he can improve his haircut and how he could have a bowl head just like Benny. Oh, nice one, Benny. He looks much better now.
That's offensive.
Cheaper electricity. There is a cost of living crisis. And after donating millions of dollars to terrorists, the bowlhead even caught up with Bill Cosby.
This is Prime Minister Anthony Albanese. How are you?
How many days off have you had this week? You lazy, spineless turd. Well, I tried to have a couple of days off, and here I am at a press conference. Just get out of the way. Cheaper electricity.
Full-blown cost of living crisis.
We're doing it.
Baby Otto. Baby Otto.
We need a holiday. If we took a holiday.
Break! Linda! I'm doing loaded rent-a-game. Nobody understands. Linda, I'm going to miss your words of wisdom.
No.
That's just not fair.
Bruce Springsteen! Bruce Springsteen! And and I've listened to people who are all saying
You're a disease, and I'm the cure.
I've been through more than my fair share of life's ups and downs. None of all, but I think I've done it.
Let's go.
Resilience, intelligence, and integrity.
Peter Jackson.
The secret.
The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has been speaking in Cairns, and we can bring that to you now.
President Biden has made the difficult decision to not seek re-election at the presidential election that will be held in November. As he's done throughout his entire time in public life, he has acted inappropriately with women, even grabbing them on the fun bag. And I'll also have fond memories of Uncle Sniffy touching and rubbing and getting a lungful from these underage kids there. And Joe really did love his sweet and sour sauce.
Come on, man.
He is someone who, in January, will be able to retire from public life. Although some people might say that he's already retired. The lazy prick hasn't done any work for the last 3 years. Although some people might say that he's already retired. The lazy prick hasn't done any work for the last 3 years. Although he's given his Pornhub account a bit of a working over. President Biden and Jill Biden were gracious hosts at an official state dinner, as well as us having dinner. The four of us with my partner Jodie Hayden. Now I did have to explain to Jo that she's only a rent-a-girlfriend and she's a little bit slow. That's why I had to show her where to stand. I'm really going to miss my cabbage-headed mentor because he's just as kooky as I am in climate change action.
The greatest threat facing America was global warming.
No credibility.
So I'm really going to miss my hero. He's been such an inspiration. And there's no staircase that he can't climb, or bicycle he can't ride, or jacket that he can't put on by himself. So it's been my pleasure to know this demented, hair-sniffing, lazy old prick who, like me, has never done an honest day's work his whole public life, and I pay tribute to him today. Peter Jackson.
And let's talk more about the energy. Now, a couple of other kinds of sugar chat you can watch, and you would feel relief if it.
More talkie, talkie, talkie. Talkie, 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 talkie. Talkie, 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 motherfucker.
Now, as the Olympics open in Germany nears, 9 staff and journalists have just walked off the job for 5 days. The industrial action threatens to impact Nine's coverage of the first days of the Olympics. Senior reporter Kenny Heatley is at the Nine Entertainment HQ in North Sydney. Kenny, the protest by Nine staff has begun, as we can see behind you. Not great timing for the organisation.
Yeah, not great timing at all, Kieran, that's right. You know, as preparations, as you say, get underway for the opening ceremony, and these staff behind me from Nine's publishing division, this is 90% of journalists from the Sydney Morning Herald, the Australian Financial Review. Also impacted mastheads include the WA Today, Brisbane Times, The Age. 90% of journalists also walking off the job in Melbourne as well, and they're holding simultaneous protests as well. We just heard from Michelle Ray, the acting director of the MEAA, which is the union. You can see the signs here as well, Kieran, don't torch journalism, and you can see some wearing white T-shirts with a caricature of CEO Mike Sneeze with his system. Thanks so much for joining us on across the newsroom today, but all it's disappointing. I mean, this has been a long, drawn-out journey when everyone was here. I guess, what's your thoughts about it? You know, we've got the start of the Olympics happening this weekend. Is that disappointing? Well, by Mike, and I don't know what Ducks right out the Sydney Drought, and no doubt this is going to be causing some problems in.
At Kmart, we've dropped our famously low prices across hundreds of items store-wide. So it's easier to get the products your family needs at low prices you love. And they're here to stay. Kmart, low prices for life.
The largest cyber outage ever, which hit the world on Friday,
affecting so many people in so many countries.
Australia, New Zealand, France, Italy,
Portugal,
Thailand,
Lick the land. The airport machine that licked the land.
Good news, Tim. Sexyland is still trading.
That is good news. Let the land in here. That's going to cause widespread.
CSPS are affected by universities and during a cost of living crisis.
House Cafe constructed.
Told me
the outage.
But a quick supplementary for you on Senator Mackenzie's questions. I'm assuming you've said the width of the runway in terms of the tarmac has reduced. I'm making the assumption that the statement of requirement would have included the V52 outriggers in terms of its wingspan is pretty close to 45 metres, which was the original width of runway 1129 at Darwin. So assure me that that was considered.
Senator, we are anticipating no degradation in the capacity to meet both ADF and Allied Force use of Darwin runway.
So the ADF use that I'm interested to understand is, did you consult with the Air Warfare Centre? Because that Darwin runway is one of the very few runways in the country that is wide enough to do VMCG testing, the velocity for minimum control ground at a V1 cut. Did you ask them about what you've ended up with and whether that's suitable for their future operations?
Let us take that on notice for you. We went through the normal range of consultation with both users and engineers, but we can take on notice your specific question there.
Tarmac has reduced. I'm assuming you said the width of the runway in terms of the tarmac has reduced. I'm making the assumption that the statement of requirement would have included the V52 outriggers in terms of its wingspan is pretty close to 45 metres, which was the original width of runway 1129 at Darwin. So assure me that that was considered.
Senator, we are anticipating no degradation in the capacity to meet both ADF and Allied Force use of Darwin.
So the ADF use that I'm interested to understand is, did you consult with the Air Warfare Centre? Because that Darwin runway is one of the very few runways in the country that is wide enough to do VMCG testing, the velocity for minimum control ground at a V1 cut.
Mr. Dip.
What I am interested is the concept of IDC, when decisions are taken on Ukraine, is an IDC held, or is that support determined by the department, which may be affected, for example, defence, as something that you may give out as humanitarian aid?
Senator, I think whether or not to call an IDC really depends on the complexity of government action being required, and in particular whether it requires coordinated action across multiple departments. It would be typical in that case to call an IDC. On other occasions, it may not be necessary if it's within the competence of a single department.
So, Secretary, in terms of Australia's overall support then for Ukraine, if we're now talking about whole of nation defence, if we're talking about whole of nation engagement in something like this, where is the coordination if individual departments, if something's within their remit, if they're just deciding to do it or not do it, where is the whole of government coordination of Australia's support for Ukraine?
Said in estimates that they run a coordination mechanism at a level, and then of course there are many other ad hoc communications. Go ahead.
And just to add to the Secretary, Chris Cannon, Europe Division, that yes, TNC coordinates a fairly regular IDC between relevant agencies, and as you would expect, Senator, there's a range of also regular but less structured interdepartmental meetings at the working level and mid-management level as well. So when you say working and mid-management, put some flesh on that for us. What level are we talking?
Say it again, please, sir.
You said working level and mid-management level. We're clearly not talking Ms. Adams at all those meetings. So Deputy Secretaries, who are we talking?
Understood. The IDC that's chaired by Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet's typically held or chaired and represented at the FAS level, and then there's very often director level meetings, on average about once every fortnight. Director being the EL2 level and the APS.
And so the outcomes of those coordinating meetings in terms of
what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Actions, is that for information for each of the agencies, or is there a sign-off function that follows from those meetings in terms
She'll
of
contact me when she has a news. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Well, I think some of that depends, as Mr. Brazier said, on the nature of the matter at hand. So it may be something for the Defence Minister to sign off, it may be something for the Foreign Minister to sign off. That would depend on the particular issue at hand.
Go to humanitarian funding in particular. As I look back at conflicts such as Afghanistan and Iraq, my recollection is that we have had funding lines for humanitarian funding.
Programs.
Yes. Why have we not gone down the path of establishing a similar arrangement for what's clearly going to be not just in the conflict stage, but the recovery stage for Ukraine is probably going to be at least a decade, if not more, from recreating some of their national institutions, mental health, physical health, etc. What consideration has been given to establishing that long-term, more predictable program?
Well, I'll tell you what, Senator, if you get a bipartisan agreement to continue to grow aid rather than cut aid, which is what your party's position is, I'm happy to have a conversation with you about and providing further assistance and how we make that in.
Probably an unnecessarily political answer to a genuine question, Minister, in terms of what thought has been given to it and what are the barriers.
But I'm making a broader point, which is, if you're going to come in here and say we should spend more on aid, then it does behove you to be part of those inside your party who prevent further cuts to aid.
So what I'm talking about here, Minister, is a framework whereby the people that we choose...
But ultimately, if you get a framework,
you're either going to have, and you want more aid to Ukraine, you're either going to have to take it from other areas of the budget, of the aid budget, or you need more funding. Your party's position is actually less funding, presumably for Southeast Asia, the Pacific, and so forth. So, you know, I'm really happy to have a bipartisan discussion about how we provide more development assistance, humanitarian assistance, but let's not have it be abstract, because it's a set of opportunity cost decisions.
Well, it is, and Minister, you would be aware that in our last budget we allocated $70 million of new money to support for Ukraine, as opposed to the current budgets, which are predominantly absorbed measures by defence. Now, I don't particularly want to go down a partisan tit-for-tat discussion. I'm asking,
Senator,
what are the barriers to actually create a framework that is...
You can't
Minister,
make that assertion is not correct.
Senators, please,
Not correct.
Minister, I was speaking.
Okay, anyway, look,
Sure.
through the chair, okay, let's be clear, this is through the chair, but just everyone calm down. 5 more minutes till dinner. Senator Fawcett, you have a quick call, and then I'll ask the Minister to respond. Off you go, Senator Fawcett.
Very good. My question is, what are the barriers to establishing a framework that would provide a predictable engagement between Australia and a nation such as Ukraine in the same way that we did in Afghanistan and Iraq?
Biden.
In relation, I'll get Mr. Brazier to respond, but my recollection is that in relation to both Afghanistan, or certainly in relation to Afghanistan, I assume Iraq, we have pre-existing bilateral programs. I could be wrong in relation to Iraq.
Senator, just in response to your question about the longer term and recovery, they're still at war. It's a grinding war, and the focus of the Australian response has been to assist with humanitarian assistance. You mentioned that there's no allocation for Ukraine, but we have used the humanitarian emergency fund, and we'll fund $150 million to support Ukraine this financial year. When the time is right, it may be possible for government to consider what sort of longer-term hot war.
On Dnipro, indeed, but that hot war is also driving some of the need. You know, there's a hospital in Dnipro, for example, that has done some 3,000 amputations since the start of the war. When you think of the follow-up care required for people like that, I mean, it's a huge burden for a nation which is in the middle of a conflict. So waiting 1 or 2, hopefully not more than that, hopefully much sooner for a resolution is something that I think we should be preparing for now rather than pushing it down the track. Anyway, I'll leave the questions there, but Secretary, could I just come back to the opening statement made by the Minister on national defence underpinning the Northern National Defence Strategy comprehends the nation's frontliners diplomacy underwritten by military capabilities. I've compressed that a little bit, but they're the essential elements of that. I'm just interested to get your views on some global actions as our region passes for peace and security, whether that be in Ukraine or in our region. And so the UK Foreign Office, using their diplomacy, publicly called out the Russian Federation for the mining of Ukraine's Black Sea ports, given the threat to civilian ships, the impact on the humanitarian transport of aid to places like Africa, grain, etc., as well as Ukraine's economy. Does DFAT share the concerns about that kind of naval mining, and have they made any representations directly to the Russian Federation or made public statements to a similar way that the UK Foreign Office did?
Senator, I think it's quite a specific question. I'll probably take it on notice. I don't have that information in front of me.
That's fine. Specific question, I'm happy for a short answer. Recently, a Panamanian flagged ship hit a mine in the Black Sea.
Sorry,
Panamanian flagged ship hit a mine in the Black Sea en route to a Ukrainian port to pick up grain. Great damage, injured crew, etc. Did DFAT lodge any protests with the Russian Federation?
Again, I'll take that on notice, Senator. I'm not completely sure. I don't have that information from
So, in response to these...
The approach
So, Senator Wong, I've got a range of questions here.
Yeah, and I have an answer.
I haven't asked you a question.
Well, but I'm the minister, so I get to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. I'm just making the point that this has been one of the strengths of the response to the Russian engagement, a collective approach, primarily obviously led by NATO and NATO partners, but obviously individual countries as well, to many of the actions of the Russian Federation. So we will take on notice what we can in terms of statements that we may have been party to or other diplomatic action that we have in concert been engaged in relation to these issues.
Thank you. In response to things like the Panamanian ship, and that was just one of several, there's a joint Turkish, Romanian and Bulgarian lithium mining activity now been agreed to be run by their navies. Has DFAT indicated support for this action either publicly or directly to those three nations?
I'll take it on advisement.
Take it on notice or to say no, I don't mind.
Yeah, we're aware of that initiative, but in terms of further details,
sure. That's fine.
Take it on notice.
But again, I make the point, Senator, that there is great deal of coordination and requests for engagement from NATO partners when they want other countries, other entities to take particular actions. So we will take that on notice, but we, given where we are, the approach we take is to seek to work collectively and in concert with other partners and coordinate with our allies and friends in relation to this.
So, the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Miles, in his announcing the National Defence Strategy, emphasised the importance of maritime trade to Australia, highlighting that it's worth nearly 45% of our GDP, highlighted particularly our vulnerability to liquid fuel and the importance of the sea lines of communication in the Indo-Pacific. And he made the comment that we are literally dependent on those sea lines of communication. Does DFAT agree with that assessment? Thank you. So the Foreign Minister in her opening statement said that diplomacy can signal intent. We have witnessed the Chinese Communist Party using coercive trade measures against Australia, as well as military activities such as rehearsing blockades around Taiwan. We see them building arsenals, for example, compared to the US's 10,000 naval mines. They are estimated to have over 100,000 naval mines, as well as a significant investment in the air, maritime, both surface and subsurface capability to deploy those mines. Does DFAT consider that this also indicates intent?
Well, Senator, I think the government has been very clear publicly about our concerns of rapid military build-up from China, and have indeed made statements as recently as the weekend at Shangri-La Dialogue of the need for reassurance and explanation of China's intent.
So, can I ask...
If I can just Jay, you might recall, because I know you're very assiduous on this. This is, we have made a number of public comments about China's large-scale military operations in the Taiwan Strait. We've spoken about our deep concerns. I spoke about this concerning pattern before the most recent exercises in my speech at the ANU, and I again would say peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait is in everybody's interest.
I'll agree with that. Has DFAT either made any assessment themselves or contributed to any other assessment by other government agencies about the impact of either a blockade or mining of ports associated with sea lines of communication that Australia relies on, so that could span Japan, Korea, Taiwan, China itself, even our own ports? So given the capability and the potential intent, have we assessed the impact to our nation in terms of our economy and other measures of the mining of ports associated with the sea lines of communication that the TPM has indicated could be important terms?
Senator, as you know well, DFAT isn't an assessment agency as such, but obviously we are part of whole of government discussions of all kinds of contingency planning, assessment, scenario work, but beyond that I'm not really in a position to comment.
Sure, that's fine. Where my concern is that the opening statement highlights what we're seeing in the National Defence Strategy and borne out in other government budgets such as Defence, where it says that the new concept of national security at the front line is diplomacy, which is underpinned by military capability. Given the capability we see of someone like the Chinese Communist Party with their naval mine capability, the vulnerability we in our economy have to mined sea lines of communication, given that the most recent reviews and budgets have reduced our anti-submarine capability by 3 ships, our surface fleet by 2 ships, and have cancelled the upgrades that would keep them a viable capability to protect against assets laying mines in our region, gets reduced offshore patrol vessels by 6 vessels, and has completely scrapped C-1905, which is the counter-mining initiative to actually upgrade Australia's counter-mining capability. What diplomatic measures is DFAT putting in place to protect Australia's economy and our ports and our sea lines of communication, given that we no longer have military capability to underpin them?
Well, first, there are a range of assertions that I'm sure will put to defence. Most, I don't think they are all accurate, and they will fail to remind us all that bilaterally but with others about the region and the world we want and exerting pressure, but at the same time strengthening our military capability. That is what the National Defence Strategy is. So no one is suggesting here that somehow one is a substitute for the other. No, they're not. They each do different things, and as the CDF himself said, they're two sides of the same coin. Two sides of the same coin, and all of our purpose has to be, how do we advance and protect Australia's interests and security and prosperity.
So, Minister, my question is very specific about what initiatives is DFAT taking around protecting us in Australian sovereignty, threat of mining, or with our sea lines communication, given that as widely reported through the budget, in the media, even this week, things like the demining capability has been scrapped, things like the surface capability which the Morrison government had funded for the Transcap, the ANZAC, has been scrapped. If there is no underpinning military capability to react to demining, such as the Bulgarians and the Romanians and the Turkish people are taking in the Black Sea, if we don't have that military capability, what specific actions are we taking from a diplomatic perspective to protect Australia's sea lines of communication?
Senator, I think your questions and your assumptions are fundamentally ones that the Department of Defence is going to no doubt respond to you directly.
In terms of military capability, yes, but your contention here is that frontliners diplomacy underpins our military.
I think
if the military is not there, what's our frontline offering?
Well, I think, that, as Minister says, it's not a substitute, and you're asking questions really about defence capability.
Well, the thing is, you have a principle, which is diplomacy at the front line underpinned by capability, which is like Roosevelt's talk softly to have a big stick. We no longer have a big stick in this specific area of demining, So my question is, without that big stick, what are the diplomatic things that will keep Australia safe, the threat?
What we are doing to keep Australia safe in the defence portfolio, I'm sure will be gone through over the subsequent couple of days, and I again remind you that you delivered 2 failed submarine contracts and a delay, and frankly a capability gap until Mr Miles worked for the United States to resolve that. Secondly, what are we doing to make Australia stronger and safer in the world is that we are seeking to enhance our engagement with other countries and our capacity to
Thank you for your update. I'll touch on a couple of the things that you've raised just to get a bit more clarity. Can I start with workforce? So we have the 2 key appointments here. And you've given us the number, I think you said 458 across. What percentage of those people currently meet the, I think SWEP is the acronym you use for suitably qualified and experienced people? I assume each of those positions you have defined the job description and what their qualifications and experience should be. Are they filling those at the required standard, or is there a training burden for the workforce you have?
So the agency has grown 40% since we stood up on the 1st of July and grow by another 30%, and by the end of this financial year it's broken up into a number of divisions. For instance, we have a specialist capability division led by Redmond Buckley, command qualified submariners, engineers. We have another section headed by Jim Hodson, scientists and engineers. We have another group there that are program policy people. We have a group of people that are specialists in foreign military sales, and they'll be dealing with the Virginia. And we have other people there, Miss Michelle Miller leading the security area there, and we have finance and legal areas as well. So those people comprise the agency, noting, Senator, that we are responsible for the full range of activities except for operating the submarines. We will be accountable, and I'm the accountable officer for the delivery, the construction, the acquisition, the technical governance, the maintenance and the disposal of the nuclear-powered submarines.
So it's an impressive lift. I should ask what you do in your spare time, but my actual question was, for the positions, the 458 positions, have each of those had a job description which outlines the qualifications and experience that you desire to have for your workforce? And are there any gaps in the positions that are filled that people need training, or have you managed to recruit people who meet the requirements? The first question, is there a job description for each position?
There is, Senator. We have recruited to those positions. We have a structure which has been agreed to by government that we are growing to, and we will grow a couple of hundred people over the next 18 months, and then we'll grow by another couple of hundred people over the 18 months after that. The steady state will be about 950 people.
So you've recruited to those positions, but the core of my question, because previous organisations or other organisations, many which still exist within defence, have had a long history of recruiting people who are available either in uniform or from the APS, but who don't necessarily have the qualifications and experience that are relevant to their particular task. You're a new organisation. It's a fantastic clean sheet of paper, and I love your concept of SQEP. I just want an assurance that you are not just recruiting to the position, but you have mapped each individual's qualifications and relevant experience to ensure there are no gaps, or if there are, that you have a training plan in place. So can you tell me, of those 458 positions, are there anywhere you've identified there are gaps in the qualifications or experience that you wish to fill?
So I think the answer to that is, in the technical area led by Mr. Tim Hodson, that is an area that we're going to grow mostly in. That is where we're going to recruit nuclear qualified engineers. We've already recruited a number of people in that area, but that is the area where we see the greatest growth path over the next couple of years. And that, to answer your question, all the people that we have recruited, we have done through merit, and they have specifically filled a job role. But I also have a view that we need to upskill all of our people. Even if they are not directly involved in the reactor itself, I believe that all of our people should be at least made nuclear aware. Last year, we sent 20 people from the Australian Submarine Agency to MIT to undertake a 3-week nuclear introduction course. Aspects like that I see as being central to the growth path of the Australian Submarine Agency.
Sure. And very happy with that. The old adage, if you don't measure it, you can't manage it. My question is, you've set a threshold or a benchmark with your job descriptions. Have you measured each incumbent against that, and are there any gaps? That's what I'm asking.
Not that I'm aware of, Senator, but I will take that on notice. I'll go through every one of the 458, match it to the job description. If there's any deficiencies, then I will move to rectify that.
Sure. No, that'd be great. As I said, you've got a clean sheet of paper. It's a chance to actually achieve something that we've struggled to achieve over the last 20 or 30 years in some areas of defence. So thank you for that. Stirling in particular, what are the key milestones that we should be expecting to monitor in terms of Stirling being ready to receive the submarine rotational force in 2027? And I'm happy for you to take that on notice, but it would be good just to have that mapped out so at subsequent estimates we can come back and actually track that progress against those milestones.
So we have a key milestone later this year, indicated out in the opening statement, with a submarine tender maintenance period, which will be conducted at Stirling around about the August period, the US Virginia. That's never been conducted before outside of US home territory, and I think Admiral Buckley to talk outside of US home territory, and I think Admiral Buckley to talk in further detail. Then there's obviously the 2020 at Stirling around about the August period, the US Virginia. That's never been conducted before outside of US home territory, and I think Admiral Buckley to further detail. Then there's obviously the 2027 milestone. But
Senator Admiral Buckley, Head of Nuclear nuclear submarine capability. So specifically in regards to Stirling and submarine rotational forces west, as Admiral Mead alluded to, the tender maintenance period is the first major milestone. It's about a 3-week activity where a submarine tender ship that'll be based out of Guam will sail down to Stirling, supporting a Virginia-class submarine. We're working very closely with the US in particular now on exactly how our sailors who are in Guam and around 20 industry personnel in Pearl Harbor will contribute directly to that activity. And there's a number of other activities, as you'd expect, building towards that capability. One of the main purposes of that is establishing some strong baselines on maintenance and sustainment activities, testing our supply chain links with the US, with organisations such as NAVSUP and so on. So it's a very significant opportunity for us to start to do some maintenance, both in terms of on the submarine itself, but also shop-to-ship kind of maintenance with our fleet support unit and workstations ashore. At the same time, as well as that's happening at HMAS Stirling, we've commenced the first stages of works there. You alluded to SEG before. So we've commenced the remediation site works now underway for the first phase of priority works, and we're also now well into the design for what we need to achieve in 2027, with a plan to start that next stage of work in Q1 2025, Senator.
Okay, and still on track for that starting Q1?
Yes, Senator, that work is on track in accordance with the SEG delivery plan.
Sure. Things that are beyond the Commonwealth's control, such as local government approvals, state approvals for whatever aspect of road infrastructure considerations around nuclear submarine, whatever the consideration is, what's the state of engagement with those levels of government? And are you confident that they are on board and on track?
Yes, Senator, I might have alluded to this at the last estimates, but we established a steering group with the West Australian Government. I co-chair that with an official from Minister Papalia's department. He's amongst many of his roles. The group has represented WA government from the ASA and other parts of governments, also downships with the WA government. We've got.
Are there any
Senator, in addition?
Sure. Are there any
Senator, in addition, we've been working very closely for the past 18 months to 2 years with the Department of the Environment for environmental approvals.
Are there any issues within the federal government's purview where you're awaiting a decision at this stage, or where you see there may be potential delays?
Senator, just in terms of Stirling, you mentioned the Parliamentary Works Committee before. I would just note that the first thing we needed to do was to get, from the delivery manager. And with SEG now on precisely how the next approach is.
Are you not in contempt of the Senate? You have lied to us, have you not? I want to turn to your answer on a specific question on notice. On the 18th of July, you responded to a question about power mapping. Senator. And you responded unequivocally that KPMG Australia does not engage in power mapping or any other similar practice. You recall Blaze strength, particular public partners, no relation.
Constitutes a power map.
I don't need to go
certainly,
there. This is a
change all
harvesting income out of the public sector.
Any or all of the following: which public servants in government departments hold influence, what the relationships of.
I just wanted to talk to, I guess, the Secretary. You could start and ask anyone who's responsible for your public-facing web page the information to the public.
The department's
web
page.
Yes. This is.
She doesn't have one.
Pardon?
Yeah,
when you said your, she worried for a minute, but she doesn't have one.
I certainly hope not.
And she said, "Do I have one? I don't know that I have one."
So, Secretary, if I look, for example, at the DFAT brief on Ukraine, it indicates a number of things that I think are somewhat misleading. The last entry under media releases and statements is the 25th of October 2023, and I'm assuming there have been many statements made about Ukraine since that date. I'm just wondering, what are your internal processes for checking that what you put on websites that informs the Australian people is actually current?
Senator Michael Browder, First Assistant Secretary, Strategic Communications Division. While my division is responsible for the posting to the web pages and our intranet, and that we obviously rely on colleagues from around the department to keep that updated in various ways. We do remind them quite regularly to keep an eye on that, but you may have identified an area where it's not kept up to date as much as possible.
So I'm sure if I asked Minister Wong whether Australians' commitments to Ukraine are only $780 million, she would tell me that that's incorrect, and there's been many things committed since that time, but that's what your website currently says.
Well, if that's what it currently says, you're right in saying it hasn't been updated.
Okay.
No one's rushing to the table to answer this, I notice.
Which goes to the issue of internal checks and balances in terms of what is there, and I have had other departments in estimates where things have appeared on websites that were not actually the authorised policy of the departmental secretary or the authority in charge of that agency, because there were inadequate internal checks and balances. So as I go through this one, for example, it indicates that the last formal interaction of a senior Australian minister was the Prime Minister's visit to Ukraine. My reading of the media is that I think the Deputy Prime Minister was there far more recently.
Yes, of course he was. You're right.
So I could run through a long list here, but I won't. I think a brief browse of your webpage, but my question would be, what checks and balances do you have from a corporate governance perspective to make sure that the information Australians are relying on about our relationship with other nations, and particularly one like Ukraine, I would have thought would have been, it has so much focus that if anything was going to be up to date. But as in businesses, for example, look for information about trade opportunities or other relations, or even things like sanctions, what confidence can the Australian people have that the information they're seeing is current?
I accept that the information on Ukraine and other policy matters does need to be up to date.
So my question though is, what are your internal processes to make sure that is the case? Because clearly they have failed, relying, as Mr. Browder said, on people just to drop us a line and keep us updated. Clearly doesn't work. So if an Australian company was trading with someone and it turned out the sanctions page was not up to date, then who's actually at fault? Would it be that Australian company or would it be DFAT? So what are your internal processes?
Sanctions, of course, are a very specific, very formal legal instrument which are in fact published systematically. So I can assure you that there is a very serious process run by Sanctions Office for those matters.
And I would hope there is, but we would also hope that any information that a department of the government was putting up would be covered.
But I'll ask Mr. McLaughlin, perhaps in relation to sanctions where there is a legal effect or a legal decision which has to be communicated.
Sure.
Excuse me. Would you mind repeating your question, just so I can be clear?
I was asking the Secretary, and I'll still come back to ask what are the internal processes and checks and balances in terms of scrutinising web pages. And I just used as an example that if a sanctions page was not up to date, who would be liable? Would it be the person who broke it, or would it be the department who had not updated it? No, I take the Secretary's word that perhaps that's not a good example, because if there is one thing that should be up to date, it would be sanctions. But it's just indicative of the fact there should be a process to make sure information is reasonably current. You know, I don't expect something that occurred this morning or yesterday, but a year or two out of date is probably not acceptable.
No, but I don't think you're suggesting that our sanctions pages are a year or two out of date.
No, I'm not, but that's not my point.
Just wanted to be clear, but I'll ask Ms. Heckscher to.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I would be concerned if our sanctions pages weren't up to date, and we take a great deal of care to update the sanctions consolidated list, because as you note, people rely on the consolidated list for checking and doing their own due diligence as to who might be listed. We do take a great deal of care and attention every time we list someone new. There is a legislative instrument that is published, and the consolidated list is updated as well. So we do absolutely check the sanctions lists are up to date, because we do rely on them, and so does the community, to check who might be listed and who might not be listed.
Sure, and I'm very glad to hear that. But Secretary, if you could come back to my core question, which was what are your internal processes for checking the validity of information which is put up on your website?
Well, we do have policy that requires geographic areas to keep website information current. You've drawn attention to an example where that hasn't happened. So I will assure you that I will make sure that we redouble our efforts for people to be aware of the policy and to do what they're supposed to do.
Well, perhaps you could take on notice to come back to the committee with the results of any audits you do across your pages and actions that you take to make sure that that kind of lag doesn't occur again. Be happy to take that on notice.
Well, I don't know about audit, but we'll make sure.
How else would you determine?
I think it's up to the Secretary and the Department to work out how to deal with it, but why don't we say we'll take on notice what actions are being taken to try and improve the accuracy of the website?
I would be happy with that if you could come back to the committee and advise us of those actions. Thank you. Memory test for you. In April of 2019, you addressed the Institute of Public Administration in Australia, and you said that this financial year the government has approved over 160 defence policy submissions and capability investment proposals. It's an extraordinary number and wouldn't have occurred without the reforms instituted by the government. End quote. How many policy submissions and capability investment proposals have been approved in the last financial year?
I'd need to take that on notice.
BCDF, you're responsible for capability and submissions. How many investment capability investment proposals have been approved by government in the last financial year?
Senator, they're, of course, as you know, subject to a National Security Committee consideration. Government makes its announcements on projects, and I can give you an indication of a number of the announcements that have been made post the consideration of those proposals, but I can't give you an answer on the number of submissions submitted to government.
Okay, well, can you take it on notice, please?
Yes, we'll do what we can.
Because it is important, and this has been raised before, about Australia's defence industry, and Secretary, in that speech back in 2019, you highlighted the fact that post the First Principles Review, we had actually said defence industry is going to be considered a fundamental input to capability, the intent being that our capability managers would manage it and its sustainability and efficacy along with people and doctrine and tactics and all the other things that are fundamental inputs to capability. And yet the delays that we have seen over the last 18 months are causing great stress. In fact, some companies leaving industry, many. I had a meeting just before I came to Canberra this week of a very successful large company with 70% exports who is facing significant impacts because of the delays. And so I want to come to the Defence Industry Development Strategy that the Minister for Defence Industry stated would be delivered toward the end of last year, and we're yet to see it. So what is the status of that strategy?
I'll get get the relevant officials to talk to the detail. But Senator, it is a particularly important piece of work, and Minister Conroy's been very ministers are
Senator, it's under consideration by the government at the moment. So when did Defence deliver that to what appears to be a growing pile of documents on the Deputy Prime Minister's desk? I don't know the date, so I would have to take that. If you could take that on notice to be kind of exact on that. Right.
Senator, and perhaps to add, you've made a number of questions that were very lengthy that characterised the approach we were taking in ways that I don't agree with. I suppose I just make this point that the government is working through the utter chaos that was left at the end of the tenure of the last government. And that has required us to examine carefully our strategic circumstances which were notified to the previous government through different channels through their tenure, but they didn't actually do anything about the organisation of defence to respond to it. We are dealing with that. We commissioned the Defence Strategic Group has been made bond to. That's a really important part of it, Senator, because but never actually provisioned any additional money to implement them. We recognise that dealing in the government, and that's the process that is underway now.
Thank you for that chiding.
It's not chiding, Senator Fawcett. I think in this forum, I support officials to provide answers to your questions, but long political preambles will produce a response from me. If there are factual questions that you wish to address to the officers, you are most welcome to do so.
And Minister, you may have heard my contributions in the Senate chamber to highlight that there is a psychological condition, which I can't recall the name of right now, that no matter how many times you repeat it, it doesn't make it true, but many people try. And the Secretary to your right, I've just quoted his speech talking about the fact that the previous government actually passed many investment decisions with funding and grew defence industry considerably because of the funding that did actually flow. And many of the issues that you're currently dealing with, like WEO and other things, were initiated under the other government. The IIP you talk about, the CDF, answering questions in previous estimates, has highlighted that that has been one of the best reforms in terms of holistic investment in capability as a system that the Defence Force has seen. So you can say that it was a shambles all you like, that does not necessarily make it true. So just to recap, we've been talking about advice to the government that has had them saying to the Australian public that it was too late, the aircraft weren't safe, and that they're not the right platform. We've subsequently established that the comments made by the Deputy Prime Minister that those parts have since been stripped was not accurate, and that the aircraft are in fact safe, as demonstrated by NHI and other operators. I'd like to come to the third part. Senator Wong, in question time last week, said, and I quote, "The advice from Defence was clear that this was not the right platform for Ukraine, and Defence and the government made decisions on that basis." Who provided that advice to government, and on what basis?
May I just make an overarching remark before asking the officials to respond, Senator Fawcett? You commenced your question by characterising the evidence that was provided earlier. I don't think that that accurately characterises what was described to you. Officials, of course, are happy to put on the public record their understanding of the issues before you and respond to your questions, but I don't think it assists to then summarise their advice in a way that is inconsistent with the material that's actually before the committee.
So, Minister, thank you for that chiding.
However, it's a challenge, isn't it? Because the officials have given
Minister,
advice.
you've asked previously not to be overtalked. I ask for the same courtesy. Thank you. The interaction highlighted that there were some concerns that it wasn't only mechanical parts, so electronic parts had been removed, countered by the fact that that's a standard part of maintenance procedures to remove, replace, that the Ukrainians have adapted to the same conditions with other advanced systems from other nations. So it's not too late. It's a factor, but it doesn't mean it's
too late to consider it, which is the point that I'm making. But I would like to come to the third point. I'm interested as to who, from the point of view of what qualifications does someone here have to say that the Ukrainians, this is not the right platform for the Ukrainians when they have done their own analysis, spoken to their partners in Europe, and have decided that they would like to ask for it.
Lieutenant General Simon Stewart, Chief of Army. If I might start in terms of the frame of thinking which underpin my part of the advice. 4 points, if I may. The first is around the substantive issue of gifting to
Sorry,
Ukraine.
can you put the microphone a bit closer to yourself, or can the operator turn the volume up a bit?
How's that?
Much better, thank you.
The first of the 4 points I'd make is in relation to the issue of gifting to Ukraine. It's something we take very seriously, and I'll speak only for Army's contribution to that support for Ukraine. 2 key parts. One is we've contributed over 517.
Sorry, excuse me, General Stewart, we have very limited time. I'm aware of what we've done in the past. I'm asking specifically about the Taipan and on what basis was the decision made it was not a suitable platform, and what the qualifications who have made that decision had to make that.
Right, so thanks. The point I was going to make was that we're looking for things that are going to be suitable for the task and sustainable. In the case of the MRH, and my understanding is the task was for a CASEVAC, a casualty evacuation platform. In my experience and my advice, it is not suitable for that task. You need to have a reliable aircraft for that task, and it needs to be dedicated. And that's based on our nearly 2 decades of experience with this platform and the performance of the system, which is consistent with all of the other user nations, which has seen an availability rate in the order of 40% across the global fleet. So our people, both uniformed and contractors, for nearly 2 decades, have worked exceptionally hard and done a phenomenal job to get the very best out of this system. That is the best that the system is capable of providing. One of the key problems...
There's a sniper, be careful.
...documented and has been well discussed in this committee over a number of years is the support system and a paucity of spare parts.
How can you see?
That system, or that situation, a paucity of spare parts has not changed.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I think the gate testing the last time was $45,000 per flight hour. And I said to him, and I know you probably understand, it's a complex system. So, regardless of whether it's the ADF operating the aircraft, NATO partners, or Ukraine, there is no evidence to suggest that the system would be able to perform any better than it currently has and provide any better than 40% availability. That is just not sufficient and doesn't provide the assurance for any commander if it was to be used for a CASEVAC platform. In terms of the second part of your question,
Sorry,
in
could I
terms of
perhaps address that first part before we go to could I ask the document 6 and document 2 be distributed, please? Document 6, which you'll get in a minute, is a document released by the New Zealand Defence Force under Freedom of Information, or their equivalent of it, and it highlights that they are getting over 70% availability, on average 6 out of 8 aircraft available for their usage, which is why they are very happy with the performance of the aircraft. That's a recent assessment of their availability. And document, another one, document 2, is based on cabinet papers from New Zealand, and these were revealed by Radio New Zealand, highlighting that New Zealanders deliberately chose to choose the same configuration as the Australians so that they would be able to share non-recurring engineering costs, etc. So we're talking about a near neighbour who is operating the same platform, I think bar the HNSD, I think they use ordinary NVGs, but essentially the same platform, which is capable of being configured with 12 stretchers in the aeromedical evacuation model, and they're getting over 70% availability, which I think is probably better than almost any other fleet that we have here in Australia. And that same document, document 3, highlights that they do it. In fact, sorry, it's document 5, if I can get that distributed as well, highlights that they do that with their deeper maintenance, the 600-hour maintenance, being done by a team of only 13 people, but that's done in accordance with Airbus procedures run by Airbus in one location, which is exactly what the Ukrainians proposed in their request. So we have very clear evidence from our nearest neighbour that the same configuration of aircraft that we have, run in a maintenance program operated by Airbus, or predominantly by Airbus, in accordance with their procedures in one location, can get over 70% availability in an aircraft that can be configured to carry 12 passengers. Why is the Australian Defence Department advising government and saying to the public that it's not suitable when our nearest neighbour can achieve those performance outcomes, and their model is what Ukraine is proposing to operate?
Thanks, Senator. We're not comparing like for like. So the calculation of availability in the instance of the New Zealand fleet does not count the aircraft that aren't in what I would characterise as the operational fleet. So what does that mean? If we put it in the Australian context, we would have to have an additional, I think it's in the order of 6 to 8 aircraft.
What the fuck?
That aren't counted in terms of the rate of effort generation. In other words, if we were to compare on a like-for-like basis, we would need to have a bigger fleet. In other words, more.
How the fuck did they get up here so fast?
But the availability is only calculated on the smaller operating. So that figures they provide availability and serviceability, and they highlight that their serviceability, probably should have used that word, which is aircraft online available for them to use as an average of 6 out of 8. The availability is actually higher than that, but their day-to-day serviceability, for people to sign out and go flying, so for the Ukrainians to deploy on a paying mission, is over 70%.
Those aircraft represented 8 aircraft across the worldwide fleet of just under 500 aircraft at the time. You know, I'll go back to the original equipment manufacturers' data around the rolling averages. Over the last 5 years now, that fleet, worldwide fleet, has achieved between 35 and 42% availability, with the exception of a 3-month period. I think, you know, as well as that, in terms of Australia flying this aircraft, in August 13, we became the world leader in terms of hours flown on this aircraft. 59,000 hours represents 15,000 hours more than any other country in the world. And so I think what I infer from your statements is that we don't know how to operate this aircraft. I think we do know how to operate this aircraft. We're very proud of what we've achieved, but we actually have not been able to achieve anywhere near the contracted capability. In terms of that New Zealand piece,
there are some nuances in relation to how they operate the aircraft, but I think it's important to reflect on all of the operators and the chronic issues that everyone is dealing with, including New Zealand, around things like supply chain.
General King, thank you. I'm really impressed with the same New Zealand do. Point out global figures that Norway, and that's been frequently referred to, the Norwegians equivalent of ANAO or their internal review highlighted that part of the problem with spares was that the Norwegian Defence Force hadn't actually ordered the spares that they needed, hence there were delays, and they said there's as much blame on the Norwegian side as there was on the British industry's side. But the point is, if 8 aircraft were gifted to Ukraine, that they worked with their partners, in fact, physically operate in the same manner with the same nuances, to use your word, as New Zealanders do, they would have a viable AME capability. Mr. Moriarty, in an answer to Senator Reynolds about assistance to Ukraine in demining efforts, the qualm that came back was that Defence has a range of mechanisms, including consultation with other government agencies and partner governments to determine the most appropriate support to Ukraine. Now, clearly, there's not been consultation with Germany or France over this issue of the NH helicopter as a support for Ukraine. But for any further being done, aircraft are not irrecoverable, given that they are safe to fly, and given that it is proven by our near neighbour with certain nuances they can achieve over 70% serviceability and they're suitable for the AME task, will the government stop the removal of parts, consult as per your stated process with partner nations and Ukraine to see whether there is a will on behalf of Germany and France to support Ukraine as per their request, and then to gift them the existing aircraft in their existing state, so there's no more expenditure of resource and money required by the Australian Defence Department, so they can work with their European partners to establish whether it's 6 or 8 or 10 aircraft to actually save the lives of their troops, given that they are losing some 30,000 men wounded or killed every month, which is half the ADF every month. Will the government commit to actually following this process, engage with partners, and see what the art of the possible is before we just blindly proceed to dig a hole and bury their
Senator Fawcett, what I can assure the committee is that we will continue to engage closely with the Ukraine contact group, where a number of the key partners of Ukraine internationally meet regularly to talk about Ukraine's requests and priorities. Those are discussed. General Campbell's participated in some of those conversations. The Deputy Prime Minister's contributed. We are actively engaged with the contact group to discuss and to work through Ukraine's priority requirements.
But have you raised the issue of Ukraine's request for Taipans and ascertained the willingness of those partners who are the key shareholders and interested parties in the MRH or NH90 globally, as to whether they are happy to support Ukraine's request, as Ukraine has indicated that they are?
What I am prepared to say is that their support, including the military wing, has been a topic of some discussion in the contact group.
All right, thank you very much. Now, just before I hand over to Senator Shoebridge, I understand Senator Green was the one with the question.
Thank you, Chair. The MRH90 is obviously something I've learned a little bit about recently, being based up in North Queensland. But can I just ask, when did Defence first assess the option of providing MRH90 aircraft to Ukraine?
Policy, we received a letter from the Ukrainian government dated the 17th of December 2022. We received on the 19th of December, and we worked across Defence to assess that request, drawing upon Army capability acquisition and sustainment group in terms of the operation of the platform, and within international policy division, we worked through the international policy aspects of our support to Ukraine. we regularly have discussions with the Ukrainian government, with the Ukrainian ambassador. We, as the Secretary mentioned, participate in the Ukraine Defence Contact Group. We work with other partners and constantly assess options to provide support to the Ukrainian government. In the course of discussions, I won't go into detail in terms of government-to-government discussions, but in the course of discussions with the Ukrainian ambassador on the 24th of October, he raised a range of possible options for support involving
Oh, for fuck. They're all in here.
platforms that were in stages of disposal. We gave him an update on the status of the MHR90 facility. We didn't, it was not a formal request. As I say, we're constantly in the process of assessing options for support to Ukraine, and depending on how a proposal develops and where we fit that into our priorities, we'll dedicate more resources to that assessment. Formal request didn't come until that letter of the 17th of December.
Sorry, it sounds like Senator Birmingham, sorry, but it's not the coalition's call. Lieutenant General, you have something to add, and then I'm just going back to Senator Lambie for one clarifying point, and then Senator Shoebridge is doing rotation. So, you have a question, short response.
Just to add to colleagues' response to your question, Senator Brown, a range of requests for gifting to Ukraine, but didn't include helicopters. We did look at and consider the option of gifting MRH, and for the reasons that we've been discussing, that informed the advice.
I'd like to just firstly address the comments by members of the government as being the reason for not supporting this motion, claiming that for members of the Senate to raise this, that somehow it is politicising the issue. I served on the Intelligence and Security Committee for 9 years and surveyed the listing and relisting of a number of terrorist groups. And whilst the coalition was in government, coalition members of that committee were calling for the listing of Hezbollah, for example, even though agencies were indicating that they didn't support that action for a range of reasons. But the talk about their relationships, and that has subsided.
Fuck. Those are dudes here. Oh, he's up top. Someone hit the fucking mine already. Oh, for fuck. We need more mines over here. How the fuck did that blow up? Come on. Wait, watch the mines! Watch the fucking mines, bro! Oh, for fuck's sake! Dude, now they got a way to fucking come. Fucking morons. Look at the fucking oh, fucking hell, man. Look at the map. He was going fast and just fucking blew up. Oh shit. Coming in. Ah.
Okay, yeah.
Shit. Another vehicle, another vehicle. Damn it, now they can fucking come down there with the mines and blow shit up. Pew, 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 pew. Oi, tell Squad 1, watch the mines on the bridge. Fuck. Why are they digging it down, you fucking morons? Oh my god, they're fucking tarts. Like, oh, we can't get around. That's what the mines are there for. Shit. Did one of these go off? Hey, got him! Fucking what? What the f- How the fuck did one hit the fucking thing? They still hit a fucking mark. What hit a vehicle? Where the fuck? This is the car park of madness. It's fucking war, man. Fucking war. They just knocked down my fucking eye. Why is it trying to fuck country music? Yeah, there's no armory. What the fuck, cunts? You guys look like a bunch of terrorist fuckers. Kaboom, you terrorist fucks. What are you fuckwits doing?
Keep moving. Keep moving.
Oh yeah, I'll put the ID and you guys can be the
What are you trying to find?
champ.
What do you want? Looking at yeah, walk away.
We gonna chuck some IDs on them bikes?
I only can do one at a time. I'm still going. Oh fuck! I hit the rock. Hey! Get wrecked, 50. Get wrecked. See yous. I'm off. Oh no, the 50's right behind me. Is that right me over? Let's go, 50. Come on. Crocs are locked in. IDs are ready to go, bros.
Oh, you gunner, are those asses? What are you wearing down there? They're pretty hectic, aren't they?
Alright, we're for strong on the scene, just be careful, eh? Try and stick to like the fucking hills and shit.
Oh. How the fuck do you get in this joint? There we go. Oh shit. What the fuck am I doing? No! Oh fuck! Come on, get up! Oh shit! Did I run myself over? How the fuck did that happen? Oh, could someone grab me back for a second? Dude, I'm having a fucking spaz. This game's having a spaz, my character. Dude, what the flying fuck? Ah, can someone help? Grab the motorcycle off me? I don't know. I got off and the motorcycle was still running over the top of me and yeah. Can you grab the vehicle? Ah. This is fucking great. Okay, what the how am I still doing this? Oh, someone just shoot me in the head for a second. And revive me. Dude, I don't know what the fuck. Oh. My character's having a fucking spaz attack. Thank you. Oh, my bikey bike. Is there a medic?
So they got the on the map.
fuckers shot me. Fuckers shot me. Okay, now it's fucking glitched or whatever. The bomb didn't go off. Oh, for fuck's sake. Move! 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 What the fuck? How does someone have like fucking X-ray vision or some shit? Like, dude, what? Oi, whoever's motoring, tell him on point, on point. Go left to right, up and down. Shit. Ah. Bugger! Fuck. Dude, I don't think I can fucking go further. Because they keep getting fucking whacked before I even fucking get up there. Tell Ali to watch it. Oh, it's this dude. It's enemy. Fuck. They fucking recovered it. Fuck's sake.
get in, let's get in. Everyone let us get in.
Follow me, follow me.
Cheers.
Ugh. There's no... We can't get across. You have to go to the bridge. There's no water spot. It's too deep.
That was me, Septic. That was real. Oh, fuck me. Where's this coming from?
How the fuck do you get out? He dead.
We're on the front line here, they're all enemy.
They got to tow over to the south or southeast.
I start from our own mortars. Our own artillery killed me.
Why the fuck am I lagging? Cunt is still shooting me. Great, now there's a fucking tank.
Now we can play something else. How many versions per person? Yeah, I play more insurgents. Is it free weekend? Must be free weekend. Yeah, weekend. Must be a weekend.
The fuck is this? Some weird shit, I guess. I don't know, eh?
Upgrade your shave with Gillette Labs. The pivoting disc turns with your face for an unbeatably smooth finish. Gillette Labs, unbeatably smooth.
Traditionally been a fast jetpack. Tyndall has traditionally been a fast jet base, and what that means is that we've had small runways. The amount of fuel we need for fast jets to take off and land. What we're moving towards is a multi-purpose base, so we're going to be big enough to take any aircraft in the world and to park and fly every different variant of aircraft. So there's runway increases, fuel increases, and a whole bunch of other facilities that are being worked on as well. So aircraft is a people step.
One, describing and that's it. So, yes, Darwin is absolutely what we call key terrain, plus those are aligned or support would there are frontal. Ice break. Choose your strength. Ice break. Real coffee recharge. Ice break. Bring it on.
On July 22nd, multinational vessels sailed in formation off the coast of Hawaii during Exercise Rim of the Pacific, RIMPAC 2024. 29 nations, 40 surface ships, and 25,000 personnel are participants, more than 150 aircraft, and 25 from June 27th to 1st. Maritime exercise, offering a distinctive training opportunity. These relationships are vital for which commenced in 19...
Australian Navy has successfully tested the Naval Strike Missile aboard the Hobart-class destroyer HMAS Sydney.
HMAS Sydney fired Australia's first naval strike missile as part of HawkX during exercise Rim of the Pacific 2024. The introduction of the naval strike missile is significant as it increases the lethality of Australia's surface combatant fleet as part of Defence's commitment to an integrated joint force. Being the first Royal Australian Navy ship to fire the naval strike missile is an incredible privilege, but more importantly, I'm incredibly proud of the efforts of the 200 young men and women who have worked hard.
Helped the missile firing in a simulated exercise targeting the decommissioned ex-USS Tarawa. Executed the missile firing in a simulated exercise. This event is enhancing the Naval Strike Missile is Singe maritime strike abilities. HMAS Sydney, constructed in Osborne, South Australia, is equipped to provide robust air defense and maritime protection. Developed by Kongsberg. The Naval Strike Missile, developed by Kongsberg Defence and Aerospace, is a long-range, precision-guided weapon designed for anti-ship and land attack roles. The missile measures 3.96 meters in length and weighs around 407 kilograms. It is powered by a turbojet engine, enabling it to travel at subsonic speeds of approximately 0.7 to 0.9 Mach. The Naval Strike Missile can be launched from various platforms, including ships, coastal batteries, and aircraft, with a specific variant, the Joint Strike Missile, developed for the F-35 fighter jet. The Naval Strike Missile is its sophisticated navigation and GPS precision. The missile identification and classification through its autonomous target recognition capabilities. Even in challenging, the Naval Strike Missile carries a high explosive rating, ensure fragmentation warhead designed to penetrate ship hulls before detonating, exceeding 1 horizon. Cross sectors chances of a successful strike to evade defensive measures and increase its chances of a successful strike.
Have you heard the one about the Bank of Queensland branch manager who drove the customer's home loan documents to the airport?
Just so the loan can be finalised while they're on holiday.
What kind of bank is that committed to its customers?
Bank of Queensland, the human kind of bank.
Carve the roast and crave the sides with Coles Australian Beef Blade Roast, down to just $13 a kilo, and Coles Wash Potatoes, down to just $4 per 2 kilo bag. That's great value, hands.
Home of women's rugby in Australia, and we're hosting the lands of the terrible people, past, present and emerging. Andrew Swain in commentary and joined by former Wallaby Morgan Turinui and former Wallaroo Kiri Barker. Kiri, the world champions are in town.
to that.
Caitlin Barr. Clinical.
Sweet. Made no attempt, even not.
Caitlin Barr. Blackburn. And out here the Hearts. That was the moment. Wallaroos nil. Another dominant display from the world champions.
Pacific biggest aggression of the Indus around Chinese bombers and aircraft and from Ontario for an extra pitch black edition will be the largest in its 40th. Their hotel will pop initiative by engagement in government. Executive friendly nations. For the first time ever, a large NATO member Air Force team is flying down under. Fighter jets from France, Spain, Germany, This year, air forces from across the globe have flown to Australia. For the first time ever, a large NATO member Air Force team is flying down under. Fighter jets from France, Spain, Germany, Italy, the United Kingdom, Canada, and the United States are taking part. The biggest deployment is from Asia. Leading it is India, followed by Malaysia, Indonesia, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, South Korea, Japan, and Brunei. And from Oceania are New Zealand, Fiji, Papua New Guinea, and the hosts, Australia. With 20 countries participating, the skies over Darwin are perpetually buzzing. Fighter jets can be seen performing low-level flights over beaches. Sonic booms and high-speed flypasts are a common sight. A wide range of fighter aircraft are taking part. These include Su-30 MKIs from India, the French Rafales, Thailand's Gripens, F-35 Lightnings from Australia and Italy, F-22 Raptors from F-35 Lightning Files, Thailand's Gripens, F-35 Lightnings from Australia and Italy, F-22 Raptors from the United States, F-18 Hornets from Australia and Malaysia, F-15 Eagles from South Korea and Singapore, Eurofighter Typhoons from Germany, Spain, and the United Kingdom, and F-16 Falcons from Indonesia and Singapore. From all the participating air forces, Papua New Guinea, the Philippines, Spain, and Italy are making their debut at exercise. Booms and high-speed flypasts are a common here.
Hungry Jack's has brekkie all wrapped up. Pick up a better brekkie wrap and cap at Hungry Jack's.
At exercise pitch black. Not only is Italy participating for the first time, but they have also deployed their aircraft carrier for the drills, making it the first time that a carrier battle group is being utilized in exercise pitch black.
Sì, questa è la prima volta. Yes, this is the first time for the Navy, the Carrier Strike Group of the Navy, to participate in Pitch Black 2024. It's very important because it's 20 countries participating, 140 assets that will do this exercise, which is very important in very large areas and also with very interesting polygons.
This is the very first time, and it is a great opportunity to train along with our partners and allies in this area of the globe. So we are trying to develop new partnership to train with our like-minded partners, and here we find a lot of opportunities.
And it wasn't just the Italians who were enjoying their experience. First-time attendees Papua New Guinea also appreciated the invite.
we're looking at becoming an air force, and so as a flying in PNG is a must. Most of there's hardly any roads into the majority of the population. 80% of the population live in rural areas, and so the only way you can get access to them is through flying. And so it's not a nice to have, but it's a must have. Having an air force.
Pilots from the Royal Australian Air Force highlighted how the exercise has given them great exposure to the combat tactics of their allies.
We absolutely love flying in the territory. The weather is always fantastic during the dry season, and the airspace is massive. It's a fantastic opportunity to work with so many different partner nations, see other aircraft that we haven't seen up close before, and we really enjoy working with the Darwin locals as well. It's been great to explain what the Super Hornet does to them. It's great to show the capabilities of the jet with the recent Mindel flypast, and it's just fantastic to be here.
As Australia and allies practiced dogfights and air raid missions in the Indo-Pacific, Taiwan took some inspiration. The island also launched large-scale war games involving tanks, troops, and fighter jets. They were aimed at defending Taiwan from China. Over 2 dozen fighter jets flew sorties over Taiwan's skies. Hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles, along with troops, patrolled residential street war games, allowed to be the bully of the Indo.
Cross continents, one powerful news source.
Diverse perspectives.
One powerful news source.
Boundaries to give you that little extra about sporting. Making First Post 5 million strong. We're counting on your support.
Climate change revolution to take root.
Hello, I'm Alice, bringing you something new from Durban, South Africa.
Pukka. Discover a blend of herbal wonder.
Oh, it's the Olympic-sized controversy consuming Aussie sports. An Aussie swim coach putting his career on the line after voicing support for a rival athlete. So Sorry, I thought we were cutting to another camera. There's a call for the entire Olympics to be cancelled as a result, but that call is just coming from me, and nobody ever listens to me. So here's Tunny.
It's the video that shocked Australia, except it was on.
So here's Tunny.
It's the video that shocked Australia, except it was on Korean TV. So here's an impression.
I really hope he can win, but ultimately, I really hope he swims well. Go Korea.
Yes, Aussie Olympic swim team coach Michael Palfrey is in hot Parisian water, but telling Korean media he hopes that South Korean athlete Kim Woo-min gets the gold in the 400-metre freestyle, a race in which two Aussies, Sam Short and Elijah Winnington, will be competing.
This caused absolute outrage and it broke.
Ill-advised to make those comments.
Head coach Rowan Taylor was deeply upset.
Demands that Palfrey's swim back home were ultimately knocked back.
I came to the decision that the best situation for the team is for Michael Palfrey to stay with the team for the next 9 days.
And the swimmers themselves have been understanding.
Mick's come and apologised. I don't think he meant what he said. He's a great guy and a great coach.
It's a tough position for our Aussie swimmers. They have so much pressure on them, and then suddenly their coach starts backing their rival. That's kind of like if our chief of staff suddenly started promoting shows from another network.
What, like Antiques Roadshow, 5:30, weekdays on the ABC? Damn it, Ilaria, that hurts.
Although, Antiques Roadshow really does rock.
I think it's the finest Carlton wear bars that I've seen.
So, what number of Korean athletes who have trained in Queensland and were trained by Palfrey, who did so with approval from Swimming Australia. But in March, coaches were instructed to cut ties with non-Aussie swimmers ahead of the Paris Games, which Palfrey did not do.
This is a conflict and a serious error of judgment.
Yeah, I don't think it's very Australian, but I know that the Aussie team, they've done a lot of preparation, and I know that their performance is going to follow that.
Palfrey has apologised, but will likely face consequences when the games are done and dusted. So, are patriotic swim fans blowing one small comment out of proportion, or does the Aussie team have a legitimate case against a turncoat coach?
This one has a very, very tight case. What?
Un-Australian!
Yes.
Wow. Look, really, I think that this is just something, obviously Palfrey is regretting his choice of words. He was put on the spot. He has a close relationship with Kim Woo-min, but I just think for those 2 weeks, you have to be all Australian or nothing. That's it. It's your job. That is literally your job, is to be patriotic and hopefully get our athletes to the end of the pool.
Do you think that psychologically this will have an effect?
Oh, do you know what? Yes, I'm in two minds because we are actually a great chance in the 400 metres in this particular event. Elijah Whittington and also Sam, they're athletes, professional athletes, they will use this as a psychological advantage, as something to prove. If it was me, I'd be like, my coach doesn't like me. So then I would just probably have to give up.
Yeah, like as someone who called their teacher dad often, this
Mist Max. Get it ready and spray. Vileda Pro Mist Max. Feels great to feel at home.
Afghan women like cyclist Masoma Alizada are playing a big part in the 2024 Summer Games in Paris. And yet, the Taliban has refused to recognize female athletes as national representatives. Zada was tapped to lead the refugee Olympic team.
Déjà personnellement, le rôle d'être chef de mission pour cette équipe, quand elle m'avait proposé, je me sentais un honneur, des gentils et un honneur et aussi.
To the Summer Games with 3 men and 3 women. They will race under the black, red, and green flag control of the country in 2021. The now ruling extremist government has banned women from playing sports. Yet, sprinter Kimia Yusufi remains determined to represent the stolen dreams of Afghan women at the Olympics. The Taliban has also restricted women's access to parks, schools, and certain jobs for its
Hurry up. From there we go to the
We will strive to demilitarize and lineage. Defend yourself. Defend your lineage. Defend your.
Do you know how many of the Ukrainian nation? Probably already heard against the Russian at some of the regular regiment, and it took me a very long time. The people Europe which has changes were filmed at Lidington, and I say Nazis in Azov, Ukrainian, the field I, and it the first members of Azov near a bombing raid in Kyiv on the capital's television tower.
Hello? We're all from Azov. Yes, it's guys here with the others.
Soldiers who had fled their country to fight with the Ukrainians. And it's important to remember that this
Lukaden supported Ukraine and
fight Belarus. I mean,
to us in Ukraine. Soon, all over the world, right? Good, evil, become culture.
As he explains that hooligans from all over Europe contact him via Instagram. And so, inevitably, in order to find more elements, I went looking for his private Insta.
What you're doing?
Myself, ancient Slav venerate fighter from the Azov.
Defend yourself!
The Russian soldier.
Introducing Shark Flex Style, our first powerful hairdryer and multi-styling.
Once I found this guy, I negotiated to be able to continue following this group. As it was the beginning of the invasion, they had a lot to do, so they were hesitant, but I managed to convince them, and they took me with them to a store where they were going to buy equipment and supplies.
The skull on your right. There's almost nothing left. And the Ukrainian further up. The skull on your right. This one? A little further on. There's almost nothing left. The skull on your right. This one? A little further on. There's almost nothing left. And the Ukrainian National Guard.
In the store, one of the things that caught my eye quite quickly was the patches wall, because I immediately recognized several of them. So I showed them to Adrian Lonjon, a researcher who knows a lot about ultra-right movements in Eastern Europe.
With war, there's a profusion of neo-pagan symbols of Nordic origin on sale and used by combatants. Another widespread to the warrior archetype, and then there's the Odal rune, which in Norse mythology symbolizes the home and its defense. I see we're passing by the little black suns too. It's an occult symbol used by Nazis and especially neo-Nazis after the fall of the Third Reich.
Wasn't it the Waffen-SS that created this symbol?
Indeed, that symbol holds historical significance, originating from Wewelsburg Castle, which was the SS training center in the Second World War.
From 1933 until the end of the Second World War, the Wewelsburg Castle Adrian refers to belonged to Heinrich Himmler, head of Nazi Germany, SS and Gestapo, who is considered one of the most important war criminals of the 20th century.
What the fuck?
This the headquarters of the SS soldiers. After a few minutes in the Kiev store, a soldier called out to me in French, You speak French? Yes, I speak French. You speak French? Yes, brother. How? From the Legion. The guy looked very young and explained that he'd been in the French Foreign Legion. He shows me his green beret, and to tell the truth, I'm really surprised because I didn't expect to see a Legionnaire in this store at all, so I tried to find out what he'd come here for, but there's one detail I didn't immediately see. What do you need to buy?
Just armor. Armor and plastic spear. That's all of we need because we need protection for our guys.
As I was about to leave him, I asked him one more question, and that's when I saw the detail I'd missed. The double Sigrun, the symbol of Nazi Germany's SS. And so, likewise, I went looking on his Nazi question, and that's when I saw the detail
Yeah.
I'd missed.
He's got it there around his chin.
I asked him one last question, and that's when I saw the detail I'd missed. The double Sigrun, the symbol of Nazi Germany's SS. And so, likewise, I went looking on his private social network and found I came across this photo with a swastika, the main symbol of Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany. A bit later, I discover a picture number 14, called David Lane, and that slogan is,
"We must ensure the existence of our people and a future for white children."
And the double 8 refers to the double H in Heil Hitler, because the H is the 8th letter of the alphabet. There's one last photo I'm going to stop at because I don't recognize the design on the shirt of the guy next to the Azov soldier, and Adrian is going to help me figure it out.
He's wearing a t-shirt that can easily be identified as that of Ultra supporters attached to Kiev Dynamo, the White Boys, in fact.
Next to the badge of the Kiev Dynamo, you can also see a Celtic cross, which over time has become a symbol of the radical far right, and a skull, which was the emblem of the Totenkopf division, an elite division of the Waffen-SS.
Initially, Ukrainian nationalists recruited widely, mainly from paramilitary formations in the early 2000s, late 1990s, but also from various ultra clubs preserving their significance.
So hooligans?
Yeah, hooligans. But why? Because quite simply, these people, unlike others, already had experience of violence. Violence is highly ritualized among them, right? Already in the confrontations between supporters' clubs, but they also train, there you go, there are rites of passage, there you go.
So now I understand that I've put my foot in the door of Azov's most radical fringe, and that makes me want to dig a little deeper and try to meet the leaders of these ultra-nationalists, and I'm going to insist on filming in their base or on the front line with them. They don't want us to film the... way, so we don't reveal where this...
Fuck. I'm like, what the fuck?
I'm like, what the...
Watching some stuff. Power Rangers? What the fuck? Power Rangers? What's going on there? Alright, thanks for watching. Peace. Yeah. There's no games going on except for